Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is InsideAgameR. Welcome to a very special stream today. Welcome to a very special day, I suppose. Some of you guys might think it's the savior of America. Some might think it's the end of America. But today is obviously the voting day for the presidential race. I love these kind of things. Even all the countries like, England, Ireland, I actually really do enjoy politics. Not everybody's cup of tea, and I'm going to try and stay very impartial through the night, where possible, obviously. I think politics is an interesting topic. I think it's something that you can make a conversation with anybody, but I think there needs to be some boundaries when it comes to politics. I do like, anyone can have an opinion, anyone can believe and vote for whoever they want, in my opinion, as long as they've got a good reason to back it up, and they tell you that reason, I'm more than happy to say, you know what, fair play to you. I think everybody always looks to gain something, because that's what we vote. That's why we vote, right? We all want something. If we all need something. So it's a very interesting one. It's been a very weird election. So yeah, quite excited to see how the night goes. So what we're going to be doing, I'm going to be playing a little bit I Am President while we're waiting. The first exit poll, I think, I was just having a little look here. I'm going to change my screen over very quickly. I was looking at what the exit poll timings were for tonight. It looks like we might get the first exit poll around 11 o'clock tonight, so I do plan to stay on as an extra live stream. Do plan to kind of stay on a little bit later tonight, just to kind of see where the Americans are going. But yeah, look, there's a lot of information out there. There's a lot of misinformation. I think it's an interesting race. I think, the way I've seen it, where the exit polls have been today, it does look like the Republican Party will be in, but you never know. I mean, look, we said that years ago when Clinton, everyone thought it was a clear-cut race, and then all of a sudden Donald Trump wins the president election. Craziness, right? Crazy. But anyways, let's say hello to everyone first before we start worrying about anything. Good evening, Dean. Good evening, Grave Digger, Titanic, Angel of Horror. Good evening. I just saw your message. I will reply to you later. Roddy, good evening. LaserJet Jordan, good evening. Addy. Hey, Alex Ryder, good evening. Tofu King, I like that name. Not a big fan of tofu, though. It's going to be a spicy stream. Well, this is it. I don't mind it being spicy. I can live with talking politics with anybody as long as people are respectful. You know, there doesn't need to be hate about it. People can have a view but still be friends, right? I don't feel like that should ever be a boundary. But that's my opinion. First time I've actually been able to catch one of the Inside live streams when actually live. Well, yeah, this might not be the best one to be here. I'm probably going to turn a lot of people off the channel. People watch this back. Every time I played little politic games, I think especially in America, it's very touchy. For good reasons, I suppose, you know. But what I'm going to be doing, I've got my own sponsor here through the night, so I'm okay. I've got a couple of sponsors through the night. I'm going to get through this no matter what happens. Yeah, look, it's more of a chilled stream, bit of a chatting stream. We're going to play some I Am Present while we're waiting. We've got a couple of hours before the exit polls are really going to come in anyway. So, yeah. Trump 2024. Yeah, look. You know, there's a few things that I liked from both parties, I suppose. I think that with everything, I always think there is good parts and bad parts from every party. But yeah, he could be the savior of America. That's Biden. But yeah, you know, look. I think when you get people like Joe Rogan, did any of you watch the Joe Rogan Experience? The the 3 interviews he did with Elon yesterday, I thought was quite an interesting one. I like Elon Musk. I think he's a great guy. JD Vance, I thought he did a very good job on there. I even thought Trump was kind of jibber-jabbering a little bit, but I had it in my ear. I listened to it. It's a big shame that the Democratic Party didn't do any of those things. She had a chance. She didn't do it. I feel like she might have shot herself in the foot by not doing that, because he's one of the biggest podcasters out there. I really think it's a bit of a big deal. I feel like, I know she has a problem with words and stuff, and talking for long periods of time, but I feel like she should have just had a conversation. It could, you know what, it could have saved this election for her. I really think it could have helped her, but who knows? Georgina, good evening. Addy, good luck to all you Americans out there. Hope whatever the final result ends up being the best one for your country. You know, and there's, you know, that's it, right? If you don't go out and vote, you don't, you can't really have a say on what's happened, really. That's what I always say. If you voted, even if it hasn't gone your way, you're allowed to have your opinion, and that's because you voted, right? Forgot about the ads. Yeah, I can't help the ads. YouTube took that away from us a long time ago. We have no control over ads anymore. William, good evening. 100 proof guy. Mercia, much love. They might need some love in the morning. Fabu, good evening. Alex, whoever wins, I wish them well. That's it. A vote for Inside for president. Right, Enzo, I think. Oh, yeah, nice. Well, we could have all gone and voted and helped the Americans, right? Because that's a few things I don't understand about America, is their voting procedure. I mean, look, obviously America, imagine squeezing the whole of Europe in and having one big election in a night. I get it. But there's a few things that I don't get, and one of them is voter ID. I just personally don't understand that. I mean, I voted all my life since I've been allowed to vote for whatever parties and stuff. I always make a point of going out, getting information about all parties before vote, and I always vote on what I think is going to be best for me. But yeah, I've never had an issue with showing my ID that I live in the area. Like, I mean, I think it's important, but who knows? Like I said, America's a big place. We forget how vast it is and how much they're going to do in one night. But, you know, who knows? Unity, hello. What do you think about the possibility of violence? I really hope there's not violence. But what I've seen today so far, like in Pennsylvania and stuff, there's a lot of people getting turned away from ballots. There are a lot of people telling the Republicans, especially in Pennsylvania, that ticket machines aren't working, we'll cast your vote later. Give us the piece of paper and we'll... There's loads of people on X that have been like showcasing these people, saying to them, oh, we'll scan your vote later because the machines aren't working. I mean, for the one day of the year these machines need to work, they're not working. What the is that? You know, paper ballots, that has to be the only way, right? I don't know. I really hope there's no violence. I don't, like I said, I love the topic of politics. I will talk to anyone about politics. I get that from my dad. My dad was huge into politics, and he got me into it very young about, you know, and you know, he was a sporadic voter. He kind of jimmied between parties and stuff depending on what was going on in England at the time, and you know, I always try and get myself as much aware as I can of what's out there before I make my vote. I'm not just going to say I'm this voter because I've always been this voter. That's not always the case. But yeah, it's some things are just really, really odd. I feel like the other thing that I don't get is that sometimes it takes like a week to count a state. Like, You go to most of these other countries out on this side of the world, and the count's done in 24 hours minimum. And it's all paper ballots. People sit there, they count them. I don't know. Harris 2024. You think? I think she's got a big hill to climb. But look, we fought this back in 2016 with Trump, and we thought he was going to lose. Clinton was going to win by a landslide. And you know what happened there? And maybe the Republican Party are getting a little bit... yesterday, in their last four... I actually watched their last four... And I don't even live in America, but I just love it. I actually watched his last few press conferences they both did yesterday. And, yeah, the Republican Party seemed very confident. Now, what I've seen on the polls, it looks like most of the swing states, they're in. Now, the big thing of America is the cheating, the hoaxes, the scams... we've gone back. They've already announced, what happened in 2016 and 2020. I don't know. I feel sorry for America in some ways. So Nigel has the UK has vote. UK has voter ID. Yeah. So Nigel, yeah, you have to. Was voter ID? We just send off a ballot for that. No. So if you vote in England or Ireland, you have to turn up and you have to have ID. And they ticket. So basically, like in our area, even in England, but here in Ireland as well. They have basically a name of every household who are eligible to vote. They come around like 6 months before. They come knocking on your door to make sure that you're living in your house and stuff or whatever. And you get on the... And then when I turn up, I have to give them my ID. They cross my name out. I get my piece of paper with a special code on. And then I cast my vote. I mean... To me, that's just always normal. Who knows? Who the hell knows, I took my 92-year-old grandmother out to vote last week because she can't stand in line, so I voted at the same time. Oh, that's very kind of you. And that's the main thing. You've got to get out and vote. And if you don't vote, you don't get a say. That's the main thing, right? Hey, Will, good evening. That's how the cheat taking a week to count them. Look, there's a lot of things there about cheating and scams, and I'm sure it's been going on. But, well, I mean, they've proven that some of it has happened. And like I said, if you go on X, there's a lot of stuff out there at the moment about a lot of people being told to wait, no staff, machines broken today. I mean, this is the one day, even the early voting, I see there the Republicans won. I don't know, was it in Pennsylvania again, or was it Wisconsin or somewhere? But they extended the early voting by 3 days because, there were loads of videos of basically enclosing the lines and telling people to piss off. And I don't know, just let people vote, Politics doesn't have to be life or death, it just, but it has to happen because if we don't have something there, we'll crumble, we'll fall apart. I don't know. I do postal votes, so I never need to show ID. But I think if they send out your postal vote, even in the UK, you get a code for your name, for your house. You can't duplicate it. There's no one else that could duplicate it. The voter ID in Scotland as well. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know many countries out in Europe that don't have voter ID. I don't know, but look, I don't know a lot of things either. I don't pretend that I know lots of things. Like I said, we all will have our opinions. Like I said, I listened to some of the reports on people, especially like California, that say it's against their rights to be given to need ID and things like that. I mean, I don't know any person that doesn't have a form of ID. Even if it was a college card or just something that had your name. And that you're a citizen or you're doing something in that area, like anything, I think is fine. But I know there's this argument, they reckon that a lot of voters don't turn up and vote if they have to bring ID. But I don't know many people that don't have ID. I mean, who doesn't have ID? You can't do nothing without ID. You can't travel, you can't drive, you can't get a job. You can't claim state benefits, I don't think, without ID, because, I'm pretty sure you have to have some sort of form of ID to even get that thing. Even, like, we have, like, state cards, like I can't show you because I'll give you away my name and stuff, but, like, we have these cards here. They're called My Government ID cards. And, that basically has my picture, my name, and it has my tax number or whatever on it. That is good enough in this country to vote with. I don't know. And everybody has to have those cards. I don't know. I do know. Bit. If Heineken made elections, that'd all be great, right? I think it's Carlsberg, though, but Heineken is the taste. I came back from England last week, so I've got duty-free beers everywhere. You don't? Well, look, I mean, I suppose maybe some people don't. I don't know. Right. Let's move on to the game a little bit. We'll discuss as we go. So I have played this a while back when it first came out. The developers sent me the key. I've actually got quite a lot of presidential election games. We might switch between them if we get a bit bored. I don't actually know if I have the other ones installed, but we'll do it. I haven't got ID, no passport, and I don't drive. Daisy, well, like I said, here in our country, like, we have to have a standard government thing. It's like got our tax numbers and stuff on. And, you know, we go to the office and they just take your picture and they send you the card. I mean, you don't pay for it. I mean, what do I know? Don't need a photo ID to claim universal credits or PIP. Do you not? Ooh, I didn't know that. Okay, well, look, I haven't claimed benefits in the UK, so I have no idea how the benefit system works. I just assumed, but here in Ireland especially, you have to have this card, and that's it really. In Canada, photo ID or any piece of mail with your current home address and a vote, and it's yeah, you know, and that's it. I mean, I've probably got countless cards in here. I mean, look, I'm a professional driver, so look, I've got my tachograph card. It's got my photo, my driver license. I've got what they call a CPC, which is a professional driver's card. Obviously, driving license. I mean, everything just needs ID these days. It doesn't matter what you want to do here, especially in Ireland. Everything just has to have my medical card. That basically has. It doesn't have a picture on the medical card, but I'd say that they'd probably accept it because it just has my legal name on it. I'd imagine. I don't know. Like I said, the government here go out of their way to give you ID. So if they give it to you, why don't you just get it? Who knows? Hey, Samarito, good evening. Thank you for subscribing. Germany voters invites as well as plus ID. Never heard of this card in Scotland. Yeah, I mean, look, every country will have different things, of course. But I do believe in America, though, they do offer free ID to people that want it. I read an article somewhere that if you felt like you needed ID, there are places that they can go and do things. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think that's the argument that you could go around all night long, isn't it? Like I said, some people have their argument why they shouldn't. Some people have their argument why they think. Personally, my opinion, I think there should be some form of ID or identification that you live in this country, or you're working, or you know, something. I don't know. I mean, could I just turn up to California today and voted? Could I have done that? Do you reckon? That's the question. Could I have done that? Maybe. Is it a criminal offence? Maybe, but who's going to know by that point? It's just a piece of paper with a name in it. Like, for any name. If there's no structure, I don't know. I think you're just opening a bag of worms by not having some. I think when you get to the age of 18 as well, like when you're, I don't know how old do you have to be in America to vote? I actually don't know that answer. It must be 18 or 21. It'd be one or the other, right? I don't know. In the UK, the lack of ID for voting, you can send off for a free voter or a certificate. Yeah, okay, but it's going to your house. They know it. And basically, when you turn up on the day, you have this piece of paper. You know, your name's there, whatever. Happy days, right? Well, they ask for national insurance, PIP, and the children disability. They take the parents' national insurance and they give it. Okay, I didn't know that. Sovereign citizens. I would love to have some kind of government ID. 18 is 18 to vote. Yeah. Look, but like I said, I think there are places and things. They used to do a European identification card thing. I don't know if they still do that or not. I don't know. Shall we play some games? Choose a scenario. I don't want to choose a scenario. I just wanted to play a new game. Really? You're going to make me play this scenario? Hang on. This is not the same game that I played before, is it? This is the DLC. The DLC they brought out. I don't want to play the DLC. I just want to play the game. Let's have a look here. Okay, maybe this was the. Sure. Maybe that was what I played before. I thought that scenario was a part of the DLC, which it is part of the DLC. So something is a bit of a miss here, right? Let's have a look. I can't even think. I need to check my emails. Hang on. Where are my emails? Never find what you're looking for. 33A, thank you for subscribing. Much appreciated. I've got to turn that off. Hang on. I'm just looking. I'm looking for the other games. Because something is wrong with this one. It should have an endless scenario. I don't know why there's only that one scenario. Hey, Joyce, good evening. You're not being censored yet. You're okay. Isn't that what everyone's worried about? It's the longest I've gone without starting a game. I am trying to start the game. I'm just looking for... basically, the DLC is taking over the scenarios, but the original scenarios aren't there, and I don't know why. I'm just trying to work out... Has that kind of messed up my game here a little bit. We'll play it anyways, but I'm pretty sure it's quite a short scenario. And if that's the case, I just want to put another game to download in the background so it's ready to go when we're finished. But I literally cannot for the life of me think of any of the names of these games, and I've got so many frigging games now. Aha, there it is. Alright, we'll get you installed as well. Okay, that's installing. Right. I am your president. Let's make America great again. There are many challenges ahead, Mr. President. Better watch your step. We either die... A what? A rule long enough to make America... Sure. We'll go with it. We'll go with a medium difficulty, because I haven't played this game in a while. Do you guys have any volume? Hang on. Hang on, there's no volume. Where's my volume gone? Why did none of you guys tell me that the volume was broken?
Nevertheless,
there we go.
I didn't know I would have to do better again.
Hey, Chris, good evening. Fly or
the thought.
Die in fire. Play Election Tycoon before? Oh yeah, we will do a bit of that as well. Ooh.
I would have worn a helmet. Yet, growing up, I realized that
it's alright, I got the game volume working. I don't know why it was blocked.
But that I would. I also got to know that choosing the right confidant of your secrets is really important. And that mine would have been a locked diary. Time has passed. I got married. And if life has taught me anything about marriage, it's that you should never get married to that man. Back in the day, it was all like a game about doing better than my predecessors. But times got harder, darker. And I thought, maybe instead of trying to win the challenge, I could at least try not to.
Hey, Grimble, good evening.
I was full of doubts.
Oh, so I didn't know the game. Yeah, well, I knew it was in my ears, but I could see that the bars weren't moving.
Or would I only make everything worse? You can never be sure. Well, almost never. What I'm sure of is that I would never have left you, Oppie. Good job, little one. Now you can rest.
Robert, good evening.
But I was not done yet. I no longer wished for wood and
hey,
wood.
Weldon. You're a gamer. I thought politics was outside the bubble and taboo. I like a bit of politics, me. I like to play with fire. I like these big events. I can't help myself. We have to see. The world could depend on what happens tonight, right? That's what they keep telling us. Even here in Europe. Ireland will never be the same. The text and the video is not synced. It is very weird. And that's when I was looking at the bars. I noticed the bars weren't moving. Apologies. Yeah, ads. YouTube took over ads. We don't control ads no more. Yeah, I don't think even being a member stops the ads. Yeah. Good on you. Well, some people might say good on you, or I might lose a couple of 100 subs. It'd be one or the other. Usually I upset people. Usually when we do flight streams, we upset people with these kind of topics. Okay. To the new president. Well, anyways, while we wait for exit polls. Hello, Mr. President. It's strange to use this title for someone other than myself. However, if you're reading this, you just won the election and become my successor, so let me welcome you to the White House. The note you're reading now is just one of many I've left for the next president to continue my legacy and learn the nonsense of governing. Of course, you can decide to do this on your own. Well, we should do the tutorial, right? Because I haven't played this in a very long time. Okay, but it would be so much better if we worked together. That's it. Unity. It's all about unity. Harris has pulled it back slightly on the chat poll. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, 15. Well, I'm quite surprised. How many people have voted? 92 votes. You know, I think this election could be closer than a lot of us think, right? Right, let's go next. Desk, couches, some furniture, and a door. It is through this cursed door that all the world's troubles come. Let's try it out. Okay, Chief of Staff. Ooh. Hello, Mr. President. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the White House. I'm sure that your presidency will be great for America. Right on. Right. Maybe every time we have to say president, we should drink. Visiting hours. You have visitors every day. Some need your advice, while others want you to make decisions. Your position requires listening to all of them. But how you solve the problems is entirely up to you. But remember, every choice will have a short and long-term consequence. Awesome. You can also use the following 1, 2, 3 to select dialogue options, space to speed up the animations of the text. Okay. Okay, we'll thank him. I just hope that we get along and the cooperation will bear fruit. It will take some time to adjust, so please do not hurry. We have a lot of time. Okay. One of the short-term consequences is the statistics changes. You can always predict which area of life will be affected by the decision, but it's difficult to determine how and what extent. There is no way to foretell the future, my friend. Okay, so it looks like, you know, these must be people. Okay. Industry, economy, military, diplomacy. I don't know why them two don't pop up, right? No idea. I'll see. I will do what's best for my country. I'm here to help my citizens. I will try my best. Well, I mean, they both kind of say the same thing. Okay, so it'll change the bars here. We'll do what's best for the country. Plus 20, what? Politics. There you go. We're already winning. We're winning. Alright, we have to start working. The first we should do is establish a party line so that both government and citizens can get accustomed to your values and principles. Critical issue is your political party. How would you like to conduct your own politics? I want to run my party. I know perfectly well what party I belong to. Can you help me somehow? Well, I say we want to take over, right? We want to run the party. Let's start by choosing the color of the party. There's a choice of yellow, green, and black. Well, it has to be green. Of course. Now tell me which party you see as the biggest threat to you. So who's the biggest threat? Republicans or the Democrats? And remember, this is just a game. Just a game. Don't care if you vote for Trump. I just care that you're capable of a conversation and understand. Well done. That's exactly what I said at the beginning of the stream. Exactly. Exactly that. It should be the same for everybody. Looks like this election will be close. Like the 2000. It could be. It could be. I mean, I don't know how many Americans are really watching me. So, I mean, most of them probably still standing in line, right? So, apparently they are currently pretty much neck and neck in the exit polls. Really? Well, the first major exit poll is about 11 PM. So we're going to stay on to at least that, probably. I'd imagine. Republican Dems. God. Oh, God. Okay, the Democratic Party is my biggest threat. Okay, we'll go with that. That seemed to be the bigger vote there. Okay, noted. You need to think about what's essential to your party. You have a series of short questions prepared each time. You can choose only 2 options. The projects available to the future will depend on these choices. Be careful. Healthcare or migration control? I feel like this is horrible already. What do we want to go for here? Do we want to have a hard line on the border? Or do we finally want to stop big pharmacies making huge money in America and actually give some bloody healthcare to people that need it? What do you reckon? It's a tough choice. Because I feel like both of them are pretty strong topics. I can see the chat, but it's not showing up when I'm on my computer. Joyce, that's really weird. Migration, healthcare. Oh, here we go. So this is what I mean. It's a big. This is already a big topic. We're only 20 minutes into the stream. This is a big topic. It's one-on-one. It's neck and neck. First, stop the boats. God, bet. Good evening. Yeah, UK have a bit of a migration control issue right now too, and I think a lot of countries are a bit squeezed on that migration. One more. Never understood why people feel a need to use pretty insults like Democrat politics doesn't need to be nasty. Yeah, it's just what they use. Okay, so 1, 2, we got 4 for migration, 5 for migration. Okay, so we're gonna lock the borders down. That's gonna be our here. Oh god, social welfare or education? That's another terrible one. Education is massively important, but I also think social welfare is hugely important. First 5 answers, whoever answers the top 5, whatever wins. Whoever gets 3 over 2 win. If you select the pop out, oh yeah. I think this is a hard stance. I think both are pretty important here between the education and the social welfare. I think that's I'm gonna drink because I have no idea. Basically, I would like my party to have all these policies. I know it's impossible, but I want all of them. Okay, education, healthcare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Education, 5. Okay. Education, okay. Education is what's going to be important to us here. Diplomatic presence or law enforcement? I'm pretty sure I would sit on the fence more of law enforcement. I think is a bit more important than diplomatic presence. It depends what the diplomatic presence is in. Are we talking about in our states? Are we talking worldwide? I think crime is obviously a big problem in every country. I don't think anyone's perfect with it. I don't know. We'll see what comes out of here. Law, yeah. I probably would have. Diplomatic, 1, 2. Law, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jesus Christ, do we have... law, okay. Law enforcement. Oh, Jesus Christ. Domestic intelligence or exports? Domestic intelligence. So that's just intelligence of America. Yeah, Joyce, that's really weird. I don't know why it's doing that. That's really weird. So domestic intelligence. So exports. Well, I suppose exports is to do with the economy. Hey, Philip, thank you, mate. Much appreciated. Intel. Yeah, I think Intel could be important here too. I actually would know. I think that's another hard one. Jesus, we're only 5 minutes into the office here. Intel. We'll see what the next chat says. Anybody? Okay, Intel's 1. So we're going to go with domestic intelligence. I wish you kind of broke down a little bit more of what it meant, but okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Domestic labor or public infrastructure. Don't they come hand in hand here? This is, you know, public infrastructure is so important, but so is domestic labor. I already have no idea where I'd stand in this. Labor. Infrastructure. See, I think infrastructure myself. Labor. Oh, Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Next one wins. Public. Okay. Public infrastructure is 1. Imports or energy? Has to be energy. Labor is hot topic. It is hot topic. I win with whatever one first. We've gone for infrastructure. I think they're both important. I think they both come hand in hand. If you have good public infrastructure, who's going to make that? Your domestic labour. As long as you're using domestic labour for your infrastructure. Now, here in Ireland, we had a thing there 4 weeks ago. The government built a bike shed at the government house in Dublin. It only sits 8 bikes, and they paid like 1.8 million for it. And it came out into the public knowledge. Like, when we talk about public infrastructure and domestic labour, like, I don't know what the frick happened there. Like, energy. Yeah, I think energy is quite important here. Energy. Yeah. Okay. We're going to sit on the stance of energy. Jesus Christ. Drill, baby, drill. Get the fracking. Oh, this guy looks happy. Director of Communications. Good morning, Mr. President. I'm here to help you. Please try and answer as many questions as possible so that we can present our consistent image to the public. There are no wrong answers. Are you ready? Let's do it, sir. Oh, freaking hell. We're really going to start a riot here. Party choice. Okay, the answer to these questions will affect your position of the political compass. This position will determine what bills you will receive. Changes in compass position will occur throughout the game, but the next few questions will establish the base position of our presidency. So, first question. Should gun control laws be more or less strict? That is one hell of a topic. Everyone should be able to protect themselves with a gun. Stricter gun control laws will reduce the number of mass shootings. Yeah, maybe every Jesus Christ. Yeah, maybe. I'm going to be pissed by the end of this, probably. I've only got 2 beers here, though. I could go and get more, though, if needed. River guns. What, more strict or less strict? Stricter gun control. See, it's kind of weird. Being in Europe, the gun thing is weird to me anyways. I get, the First Amendment rights and what they like about it, and, these people... I mean, if you grew up in it, you'll want it, I suppose. But here, obviously, with just having... Protect yourself. See, having no gun control is the best. More strict, more... So we want to be stricter, right? More guns. Hang on, whoa, I'm so confused. Stricter gun control, more... As in more strict. Is that what we're saying here? Stricter. Too many guns to ban guns. Criminals don't follow the laws. Ooh, more guns and more. I don't know if this game was the best game to play. You're choosing. Well, yeah. See, you never know. You might learn something tonight that you might actually want something. More guns and beer. And that's it. Guns and beer is good. I'm a bit confused between the stricter, the protect yourselves, and the more guns. I have no idea where we stand on this, guys. Are we wanting stricter or guns? More stricter. Top one. Choice, okay. Ban guns altogether. I would prefer Harris over Trump for democracy. Michael, pause. And you know what? Fair play. If that's how you feel, that's good. That's great. And there's no issue with that. But I'm pretty sure a lot of people will tell you otherwise. But then, you can say the same for the Trump. I mean, look, the world didn't burn down the last time, did it? He did 4 years and didn't burn down. So, I don't know, maybe it wasn't all so bad. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Do you mean I'm literally... in reality, you're in stricter control or what you're playing as well? Ah, man, I am so confused. We're stuck. So basically, you want us to go crazy here. Right, look, frig it. Everyone's having a gun. We're done. Gone with one. Just some small fires. Oh, God. And they're all going to be burning down my door here at the White House. Okay. How do you feel about the number of voting representatives? It should be high enough to be diversified. Less is better. Big government means big expenses and ineffectiveness. Well, this is a tough one. Because when it comes to government, the more you kind of have, the more kind of ideas can be spread. Diversified is fine. But if you have less and we spend less, maybe our taxes will go to other people's pockets than the government's pockets. Pew pew. got a deer hunt, that's it. Okay, well, see, now this is a tough one for me because I don't know where I sit on this, if I'm honest. I mean, less is better. Isn't that what Elon Musk is trying to do now, right? It should be high. Don't know anything about this topic, so the first one. Drain the swamp. Less is better. There was less global warfare in his last presidency, though. And you know what? Fair play to Trump. Could Trump be the guy that stops the war in Ukraine? And could he be the one to bring peace back to the Middle East? Throw it out there. I think if anyone could do it, it'll be him over Harris on that one topic. I believe he is the only one that can stop those two wars to an extent. But anyways, let's not worry about that too much yet. Top one. Oh, then two. If there's less global warfare, no, hang on. Less is better. Right. First one, it should be high, so that's 2, 3. Second one. I think we're tied here. Right. We're going with the second one. Less is more. Should all education be free to everyone? I feel like yes, because I feel like everyone should have the right to be educated, but then how do you pay for your teachers and stuff? Because it's never free. If we give free education to everybody, the only person that's going to be picking up that is the taxpayer, right? Possibly. But I do believe, because of his relationship with Russia, there's a chance for peace. But at what cost? This is the problem, isn't it? At what cost? But I think out of the two of them, I think they will send more money. Harris party is kind of will send more money to back Ukraine, which is fine too. I agree with that. But at the same time, if any of the two were to possibly bring some sort of peace deal, I think it would come from the other party. I think the Republicans, I think Trump can do it, but at what cost? Got to support capitalism, make them pay. Uni was free over here in the 70s and early 80s. Yeah, but then what happened in the early, like, kind of late 80s, 90s? You know, the Maggie Thatcher era, the whole government crashed because spending was out of control. Like I said, nothing is ever free. This is the problem. When any politician tells you, any politician says, "Oh, I will give you free this," it's never free. They're going to find the money some other hole by putting up your bus fares or your hospital fees or something. Now need to stop expending. We had a deal. Maybe. Okay, everyone's going to be educated. Let's do it. Do you think the minimum wage should be increased? Yes. Well, yeah. Because we're living in a crisis living here, right? I'm just going to take that one. Which president inspires you more, Kennedy or Reagan? Ooh, that's a tough question. That is a tough question. I mean, wasn't Reagan the last guy to, like, nearly turn every state red? Yeah, I don't believe anything's ever free. If any of them ever tell you, "Oh, we're gonna clear all, you know, university fees," but the taxpayer's gonna pick that up. You know what I mean? This is a tough question. JFK? Reagan? I think this is a tough one. Jesus Christ. I remember Reagan, he was sound. Spoke like a true Irishman. Right, Reagan's got 3 votes. Kennedy. Ooh. Oh, Reagan. Oh, Reagan. His humour is nearly 50. I mean, the landslide was pretty... I mean, some people were projecting that Trump could have done it this time, but I don't think so. Reagan and Thatcher. What a world we've lived in. Okay, we're going to go for Reagan then. Oh, God. Do you agree that minorities are underrepresented in pop culture? What the frig does that even mean? Do you agree that minorities are underrepresented in pop culture? Keep it real. Thank you for subscribing. Trooper Jackson, JFK, nice. Although I can't say I ever found either of them very inspiring. Yeah. Wild dog. My daughter was born in the UK with free insurance, needing to schedule her 3-month-old checkup. When mum was out 6 months, they told me what I need to know about free healthcare. I like Irish health. I lived in England for a long time. The NHS is a good thing. It has got a bit broken over the last couple of years. But you know what Ireland do? Ireland are kind of a mix between the NHS and American healthcare. So, if I want to go see the doctor tomorrow, I can call him. I'm going to see that doctor tomorrow. Now, I will pay a small fee, 20 quid, whatever. Can be £50 if you don't have... Some of us have, like, medical cards that can offset these prices a little bit, and some people get it completely free. So, there are different classes of, like, a medical card. But you'll see that doctor tomorrow. There's no waiting 6 weeks to see a doctor. If I go into hospital, I have to pay €100. But if I had to have triple heart bypass and I had to stay in hospital for 3 weeks, I don't pay any more than €100. But I have to pay something. You know? I think it works. Not in popular culture. Don't think they are. I'm voting no. And personally, I'm an Abe Lincoln fan. Isn't popular culture kind of irrelevant to the government. It's public and yeah, I don't know what this question actually means. We're gonna say no. This is political correctness, whatever that means. How do you feel about the military expenditure? I think this is another tough one. I quite like the militaries. You know, I have respect for them. I think every country in this day and age, I mean, you saw what Russia did, they just invaded. You see what's happening in the Middle East. I think every country needs the right to be able to defend themselves. I would increase this myself. So do you think minorities are underrepresented in the movies, music, etc.? I don't know. I mean, look at the Diddy files right now. Some would say that, you know... Oh, I mean, that's another topic that maybe we shouldn't go into. We might upset people. I don't know. Increase it. Bring them further into debt. Yeah, give them the guns. We get banned. Oh yeah, well we didn't ban them. Love the military, but they do waste money. I mean, look, I have a lot of friends that are in the military, and back from my school days, and all they've done is travel the world and take great pictures, and they've had it quite easy to some extent. Obviously, it's not always like that. It's not all rosy rainbows, but I don't know. Give all the money to SpaceX. That's why I say give all the money to Elon. Let him go to Mars next year. Always increase. More government-owned guns. No, you see none. Yeah. 25 years. Nice. Jesus. He's done his time. $170,000 for a soap pump on a... Is that a plane? He can stay on Mars. I think he should be the first person to go, right? I think it only makes sense that Elon's the first person that goes. What are we doing? Are we increasing or decreasing this money for the military? Where do we stand on this? This guy's smiling and looking at me and all. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? So it looks like some people are saying that we're wasting money. Increase. Okay, we're gonna decrease it. We're gonna have no military. That's good. Hopefully China are doing the same thing right now. Should we expand visa waiver programs? All people are welcome in the US. No, the US priority is to take care of Americans. I don't have an opinion. I feel like this game is really trying to push it into what my political opinion would be. I think the only way to play this game is you have to play it twice and go on either side of the fence. It's the way he moves to. So, immigration. Immigration is a huge thing for everybody. Oh, did I increase? Oh, crap. Build the wall. That's it. America first. Lock the border. I think every country feels that way now, you know. Ireland are the same. You know, you see it all over Europe now. You know, the far lefts are all winning every election. Austria, Germany, France. In Ireland, we don't really have much of a left and a right. We just have people that fumble around and just get paid a lot of money. That's all in now. Well, I think that's the idea. We're supposed to be making America great again. How are we going to do it? Are we just going to let everybody in? 2,500 headed in right now. That's it. America first. Okay, we'll go. I think every country should put themselves first. Now, I think that if there are needs, like, you know, I lived in Australia for a couple of years, and the one thing about their immigration program that I really like is they look after themselves first. They look after the country first. Like, it's very strict what you can bring in and out of Australia. I like that. They're looking after their cotton farms and all that kind of thing. It's good. Well policed. But every year they release a list of jobs that are in the minority that they can't fill. And if you are qualified in any of them areas, they will give you a visa. I think that's happy days for anybody, right? You know, I would love to go move to America tomorrow. I would. I'd go tomorrow. I've never been, but I'd love to go, and I'd probably live there. But it's very hard for me to. Well, actually, some people might argue right now that I could just go over and live there. But you know, there is no way for me to really apply for a visa, for a full-time visa. There's nothing there in their. I actually looked at their visa breakdowns of what I'd have to do, and there's not much there for me. There's no real. It doesn't really guide you. But like the Australia, like you get the list every year. If your job or if you're qualified in that area, it's easy. You ticket, they'll give you the visa. Oh yeah, I don't hate no one. No one. Everyone has their own policies and views. Right, we're gonna look after America first. I think we have to. I think we already said we were building the wall, right? Do you believe that climate change is caused mostly by human activities? It'll be the century's greatest contributor to the extinction of the species. Well, we're going to Mars, so I think we'll be okay, right? This is happening due to natural changes in the environment. I actually believe both of these things. I actually think the world is just, you know, it's aging. I think it will naturally change. But obviously I feel like we're helping that, speeding that process up. But what are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? Starkey, look after your own first. That's it. Yes. Okay, so the greatest contributor is us. We're blaming ourselves, right? Is that where we're at? I think it's a bit of everything myself. I have to be honest. Hey, just Jace. Yeah, not too bad. The cows don't help the methane. Well, you know, a cow lets off more methane than a motorbike, so... Well, we're going... It is human fault. Maybe we can blame some humans. Okay, that's it, Mr. President. I'll pass your answers to the campaign staff. After the short answers, they will propose the best way to present your views to the world. Oh, God. I'm going to get fired on day one. Yeah, I mean, look, China, they use a lot of the old... It's like all the fridges used to have all the old gases in. We don't do them anymore. We don't make them like that anymore. But yeah, there are a lot of countries out there that are still using a lot of those chemicals and bits and pieces. Okay, Chief Staff. Hello, Mr. President. Thank you for your answers to your questions. We will subject them to analysts and present you to them on a political compass. Oh, it'll take some time, perhaps tomorrow or after tomorrow. Okay, that's good. You put me on the spot to answer these questions, but you're just going to take a few days. There are more things. Please look at this. This is a standard procedure, but put things in order. I have brought a short questionnaire. Inside it, there are some notes of your past, essential memos, but also questions about the plans of the future. All right, let's have a look. These are my private notes. God, I hope my surname isn't Clinton. Hey, okay. So, are we serious? Are we hilarious? Are we protected? NWO. What do we want to be? Oh, we need a name. There you go. So, are we going to be a serious guy or a hilarious guy or a protected guy? Don't really know what protected means. Does this just mean... What does this mean? Serious, hilarious, hilarious. Always use a condom. That's it. Hilarious. Okay, we're going hilarious. Right, okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, wife. Relentless woman of Russia origin brought Cold War dynamics into the presidential's marriage. God. Eleanor. A party animal can easily be spotted in various nightclubs. Alicia. President, older daughter, wife of Chester, runs a very popular blog. Son-in-law. Black sheep of the family. Okay, my favourite child, because life isn't always fair. Eleanor or Alicia? Oh, Jesus Christ. Serious politics game for clowns. It's true. But unfortunately, nearly every politician's a clown. Every politician, no matter what party, they're all bloody clowns, aren't they? Right. Who's my favourite child? The party animal or the popular one? Eleanor. The party animal. But you guys all want the right, so Eleanor's gonna be my favourite child. So I'm gonna have another bloody Biden Hunter kind of thing going on here, aren't I? Eleanor's the youngest, so she's a favourite. I like that view. That view will work for me. Wild dog, you're in. Keir Starmer, absolutely. Exactly, like all politicians. Boris Johnson, clown. Keir Starmer, clown. All of them. Farage, clown. In Ireland, they're worse than clowns. I don't even know what we call them. Okay, my pet is Stephen the Tortoise. Now, I do have a tortoise downstairs. He's probably asleep now, though, as I'd bring him up. Oh, should I go get the tortoise? Should I see if he's awake? Should I see his... I don't have a penguin and I don't have a shark. A circus act. I to be honest, I don't even think we can call them a circus act. Definitely an act. In Ireland, I don't know what we call them. We're gonna go to tortoise though. I'm gonna see if he's awake in a minute. If you're about to die, what would be your last words? Finally, $15, and I'll press that red button. I don't think either of these are good. If there was a bombing attack, what would you do? Hide in a safe spot, continue slurping my morning coffee. I'd definitely be slurping morning coffee. I mean, let's be honest at this stage. There's a last slice of pizza and 4 people wanting to eat it. We should share it. What's a slice of pizza with grease on my mouth? What do we think? Okay, so we picked the presidential pet as tortoise. Here is Leonardo. So he can sit with us here. Don't know if he'll sit here for very long. But here we go. We've got Leonardo. What do we think, Leo? Ah. The turtle just fucking pissed all over me. Ah. He's a big boy, though. He shut down my back. Why you should never wake up a tortoise from his sleep. Jesus Christ. Yep, he's just done that exact thing to me. Ah, you sod. And all over my desk. What t-shirt am I wearing? It's orange. It'll be okay. I'll take my jumper off in a minute. Everything's just wet. What's going on? Okay. Don't wake up a sleeping tortoise. We just learnt it's meant to be lucky. I don't know if that's lucky. Just like humans, when you wake up, you gotta go. Yeah, so that's Leonardo. Leonardo from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I had to call him Leo. I like to call him Leonardo da Vinci too. But anyways, okay, so we're finally dying. We're continuing slurping morning coffee, and I have no idea what pizza anybody is talking about because I don't share pizza. I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, there's a new sector in the Oval Office. Hello, Juliet. Let me show you around. Jill, Jane, Janet, I don't care. I will call you Becky. Your uncle's asked for tickets for the Pinky Swear concert. Well, family first. Here you are, uncle. Due to his disability, I guess I may as well give him his tickets for something less expensive. Areas of interest. God. Tortoise got me. Little bugger. I don't think we really care about these ones, do we? We'll give the tickets to Uncle Andrew because, you know, when we're in a position of power, we have to take free gifts. And that's one thing I've learned from the Labour government of the UK, especially Starmer. Accept every free gift you get. Doesn't matter how much money I'm earning, I want more free stuff. I don't even get free stuff. I wouldn't call me a celebrity or anything, but somebody needs to send me something free. Heineken, get on to me. Come on. Somebody. We live in it. Okay, we'll go with that. Vice President's assignments. Friendship is power. You better watch out. Friendship is power. The ups and downs. I don't really know what this means. Does anyone know what this means? Anyone? You missed the tortoise. He's pissed down my back. I got screwed. I got screwed by my own pet. I don't really know what this means either. Friendship is power. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, the expedition of President's Old Books opening soon. Alright, first of all, I'm going to take my jumper off. Inside Asia and the pizza anyway. This is true. I'm probably going to get taken out, let's be honest. Okay, some find a childhood notes embarrassing while others enjoy ruminating about the good old days. Our president must belong to the latter, since his first books will now be exhibited as the White House. Among them, we can find hidden gems like the Presidential Encyclopedia. With the president's own drawings in the margins, the president commented, "I used to give President's mustache a crooked teeth," say the president. "I don't feel guilty though, because I valued my freedom above everything else. When my parents found out about this little sin, I simply replied, 'Mum, Dad, let me create my own president.' Little did I know that I would become one myself." Okay, already then, I felt like I knew what was best for the country, so I took a pencil and gave certain presidents whiskers or a longer beard. I wished for the president so badly that I even drew myself on the last page. I'm not going to apologise for that. Those were my books after all. Right, we're going with the first one. These things are taking a very long time. Forced taste of the presidency. The president has always acted in a presidential way, even in high school. He knew being in power was never a piece of cake and required making some tough decisions. So when the student council had the opportunity to decide on the school canteen menu, he decided to include all types of food according to the idea of each of his own, which resulted in bigger diversity but also increased the cost of food. Cut down the types of food, resigning mostly from the unhealthy ones. He argued that he cared about health of the students and they shouldn't eat junk food. That's it. Jamie Oliver was the person that ruined school food at schools. You know, we used to go from pizzas and God knows what. But I'm going to force everybody else to eat healthy at this stage. Dan Williams diagnosed with brain aneurysm. What does his vice president do? Since Dan Williams is currently unable to govern due to his poor medical condition, the eyes of the world are on vice president. Now he's the #1 in the USA. Given the political past of the vice president, Americans may start to wonder what will happen next. He is widely known for centralizing the power and keeping both his enemies and friends close. Okay, the vice president is known to entrust his subordinates equal parts of autonomy and responsibility. Most experts agree that he'll probably not use his opportunity to seize the centralized political power. So yeah, we're gonna go with 1. I actually want to make some good decisions here, people. Come on, Give me something fun, like let's go to war or something. Dan Williams diagnosed with brain aneurysm. Oh, hang on, did I not just answer this? Alright, election promises. God. These are election promises. Choose them wisely because if you fail, people remember that in the future. You would like to get re-elected, wouldn't you? Every promise gives you a sign-up bonus, but there are no extra prizes for fulfilling it. After all, politics is no game and citizen satisfaction never lasts. Right. Okay, so our main goal. Human mission to Mars. Ah, we're so sending Elon to Mars, right? To be fair, there's a lot of things here that I would agree on. The war on terror. Opioid crisis. There is a massive opioid crisis, and I know because I was addicted myself through morphines from my car crash. It took me months to get off that stuff, and it was horrible. Build the wall. I like to just build the wall because we can build the wall. Build the wall. Build the wall. Build the wall. Law and order. That's it. Urgent reform of policing. You know, I think policing could do with work, and you know, most countries have been to could definitely do some work. Human mission to Mars, we need to send Elon. Gun control, that's just what it is. How many do I get to pick? I only get to pick one main goal. President of law and order, sense of pride, unparalleled diplomacy, classy, emergency response, not great, not terrible. Let's build the wall then. And we want law and order. A sense of pride, because that's going to give us a nice little bonus here. Anything that gives me a bonus, I'll take. Maybe not too great, not too terrible. Bit of come see, come ça. Don't even remember the craziness of COVID mask mandates, COVID vaccines and stuff. Yeah, I mean, COVID was a mental time, hey? But in some ways, I kind of like that we went through it, because, you know, like my grandparents went through the war, that kind of thing. We didn't really have something that was that kind of crazy. But COVID was kind of like our war, wasn't it? It's really the main issues on both sides right now, so this should be a good game for the modern audience. Maybe, maybe not. Build a wall with landmines in front of it for about a mile or two. They'll still go through, right? I'm thinking a bit of the not so good, not so bad. I remember a lot of people getting very whingy about being asked to do something as simple as wearing my... I mean, look, you know, as a bus driver, I was told not to take more than 8 people on a bus. I was also told only to take essential workers like ambulance, hospital staff, care homes, and nobody listened to anything. So, build a wall on Mars. Right, we're going to accept this. Let's see where this game's actually going to go, right? Okay, your advisors will keep track of your promises so that you can check on them from time to time. Where's the highlighted icon? Here it is. Main goal is to build the wall. Complete the quest, Founders of the Wall. Complete the quest, Final Touch. Sorry. Minor goals, achieve 1,000 political rating, sense of pride and accomplishment, never fall below 350 in politics, never fall below 150 in society. We can do this. Okay, so what are these then? These are quests. These are quests, each include a set of goals. Sometimes there's a time limit, reward, and punishment. Be sure to complete tasks in time so you won't suffer afterwards. Here's the task given to you. Please read it and try to complete it. It's not difficult at all, and I believe in you. Okay, we need to close this down. Okay. That was a busy day, Mr. President. It's only the beginning now. I'll give you some time to settle down. You can gain your strength, since we have much during your presidency. Okay, I'm now going to go eat ice cream and sit on the beach. Because that's what presidents do. Don't build a wall and focus on the Mars. We'll see how we go. What was this, next day? That is me. I'll just sit here like this, like, ah, yeah, all good. Drink more beer. Right. Let's move on. Okay, good job, Mr. President. It's only the beginning of a beautiful friendship. You don't have to worry about trying everything right away. Let's turn off the lights, and that's it for today. The day is over. Okay, so I think we're doing good, right? There's things in the green. Right, we have a new email. Shall we read that first before anything else happens? The law evaluating improving the state of the marine environments is waiting for your decision. Would you like to familiarize with it? Marine environments. Okay, so he's going to come to me. Axe. Okay, this is it. The bread and butter of every presidency. Familiarize yourself with the document, decide whether it's not or should be enacted, and see the consequences reflected in your statistics. First, remember to grab the pen and place the signature in the box. Now it's time to put the stamp on it. Okay, evaluate and improving the state marine environments. President of the United States, America, by virtue of the authority invested by me, the Constitution of the laws of the United States, do hereby proclaim. As the planet's surface slowly turns into an uninhabitable desert, I decided we should start building a system of interconnected underwater bases. It should look like underwater life is the only option for future generations. Yes, I am in. Give me the pen. I don't really know how to do a signature with InsideAgameR. I mean, all signatures look like this, right? Let's be honest. We're gonna live underwater, guys. Screw Elon Musk. Screw Mars. Let's live underwater. Yeah, he's gonna Joe Biden. Nothing. Depends on what flavor ice cream. I'm a very mint chocolate chip or a salted caramel kind of person. He's just some dickhead. Don't worry about him. He comes back. He'll keep coming back all night. Alright, okay. Let's find out who wants to... What's this? My presidency. Okay. Your citizens have voted for me into office to address illegal immigration. It's time to build the wall. This guy's a laughingstock of the international community. He never wastes a chance to make a fool out of himself. Alright. I've recently lost my job and I can't seem to find an alternative because the economy in the shitter. What do you regard my options of the president as like this? Okay. Before his term, I felt every time I turned on TV there was some scandal and it's been making me paranoid. So far, this president's a nice change of pace. Okay. Right. Ooh, so we're sitting in a very conservatism. I don't know if I want to go into the deep state. Ooh. Anarchy. Yes. Communism. God. Right. We'll see where we sway later. Right, okay. Let's get out of that. Let's see who's at the door. Oh, this guy's back. Mr. President, there's been an incident. Well, it just happened, but so far there seems to be a serious case of domestic terrorism. That's not good. Send the army. The property damage has been substantial and the event was highly televised. I feel it is my duty. Just a perpetrator and luckily nobody got injured, but... Oh, thank God. Why are you here? What happened exactly? Okay, let's find out. Long story short, a frustrated citizen has spent the past year turning a bulldozer into a tank. Alright, okay. Then welded himself shut inside and rampaged through the hometown. Quite a scene. There was no longer necessary, sir. Eventually the bulldozer got stuck and the police heard a single gunshot from inside. It took them hours to extract the body. Whoa. Okay, let's find out what does he want from me. My men are monitoring the web, and some people seem to believe that Macro Dozer, that's what they call him, is a hero. I'm afraid that might become a martyr figure among the anti-authoritarian types. Okay, so what do you want me to do? Once more, he's left a suicide note. It's pretty troubling. We seized it as soon as it was reported, but wanted to ask for your opinion before taking any further action. Do we want to publish it? Oh no. I've got to publish his note. Oh God. What does that even mean? This is based on a real story? No. Well, maybe, I don't know. Oh, this is based on a real story, is it? This is a real event in Florida, I think. Oh my God. It's the Killdozer story. Jesus. This sounds terrifying. We're going to publish the note. Think so too, sir. Before we do it, please take a look at it for yourself. I took the liberty to include some less uncomfortable suggestions from the team and me. That guy wrote the real note on yellow paper. Just something to consider. Right. Get out. Where do I see this note? Okay, speeches. One of the best ways for great presidents to leave their mark in US history. Fortunately, there's a whole squadron of talented writers to aid you with this task. Just drag and drop. Sweet. Jesus. I was always willing to be reasonable until I had to be unreasonable. Sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things. Tread on them. I'm gonna put that there for a minute. Oh no, can I change it afterwards though? Hang on, where the frig did that just go? And my final thoughts goes to these politicians. Stop arguing and start cooperating or else. Are these... I don't know how this is working. I never wanted you all to see me like this, but what can a man do? Week after week, month after month, your sons of bitches had it coming. You really did. Nobody would help me. Not the blues, not the reds. You're all the same green. Oh no, I don't like this. I don't... Are these the intros? This is what I've got. This is what I've got to work with. Oh man, I just can't wait to plow through the main street. It used to be all American, now it's full of Chinese seat shops and Mexican restaurants. Oh fuck. What are we supposed to put here? I've got to drag it into there. Alright, we'll put that in. Sorry, Mom and Dad. Alright, okay, we'll go with that. So heed my warning, you capitalistic people will not stand by idly and watch the land of our fathers be absorbed by some corporation. What you need to understand is that God chose me, God gave us this cross, and I knew the only one that could bear it. I'm just a lamb that could no longer tolerate evil, and I pray that only the one... I mean, I think you put something like that, you're just causing a divide, aren't you? But truth be told, I was scared and probably wouldn't have done it if the police was better equipped. Thank God for liberal anti-guns agendas. Did we ban the guns? I can't even remember now. Yeah, these aren't great. I'm in a bit of trouble here. I really don't know what I'm going to put here. I didn't do it because I love you. Our town is dying. Let the government aid flow and help us rise from the ashes like a phoenix. We'll put that there, right? I was always willing to be reasonable until I had to be unreasonable. My final thought goes to these politicians that we cooperate. Okay, we'll try and get legal government aid. He's doing it for a good reason. Here we go. We'll go with this. Have I been fired yet? Okay, society went up, economy dropped. Chinese... I think you're allowed guns for all. Alright, okay. Let's get down to business. To defeat the haters, we have great 4 years ahead of us. We don't screw anything up. Following 4 will do. Okay. Exactly. However, it would be worthwhile to start doing something. Have you thought about changes in our great country that would make you like to implement? Yes, I have great ideas. You can't be passive if you want to win people's hearts. You have to act, preferably change something, or introduce something great. We will then use your name and add a word, and that's it, making history. More of a question of what you suggest, and we implement it. I have some documents for you. I'm sure you'll find some very interesting. Remember that nothing is free. Investment costs money, so don't drive the country into ruin because instead of improving the situation, you'll only ruin it. Also try to make decisions that will improve the country. Alright, let's have a look at these documents. Oh, what have we got here? Okay, education, law enforcement, public infrastructure, domestic intelligence. These are all the things that I kind of went into, right? Espionage. Let's get deep into that. Okay, so migration was our big thing, so we should probably do something with migration. Tax cuts for US citizens working abroad. Modernize immigration vetting procedures. Can I... Oh, I've got no available tokens. I've got to fund them. Ah, so by funding tokens... No, what the frick does this do? Why am I not allowed to fund any more? I really... Oh, I've got to fund them. Ah, okay. Why am I not allowed to fund anything else? Not enough statistics. Okay. Right, well, so we need to get out of this. Right now, this is no good to us. Alright, let's close the day. Who's this guy? Royce McDonald. Mr. President, I'm afraid I have some weird news for you today. Is it good or bad? It's really hard to tell, sir, but terribly funny and outrageous all at the same time. It's one of our diplomats in Finland. Are you familiar with the Flat Earth conspiracy? Well, our Finnish diplomat Tom Ellis has not only joined an organisation group of flat earthers, but he also rented a boat to get out to the edge of the world, because if the earth is flat, then yeah, they must have some edges. Probably. Okay, well that sounds reasonable. The boat sunk soon after the expedition started. 4 people drowned, and the only member of the crew who made it out alive the ship's unlikely captain, our one and only Tom. Indeed. Well, now it hit the fan. Okay. As Finnish police want to charge Tom, but can't because he's our diplomat. And he wants immunity. It's safe to say he's finished. Sorry for that. Ah, finished. Oh, God. Jesus Christ, the story got complicated fast. I don't know which one to go for. I think I'm going to have to go with the joke. I got plus 10. Yay! In theory, he's finished, but as long as he's a diplomat immunity, he's untouchable there in Finland. Yeah, immunity is just some kind of superpower, but I guess folks in Finland are not happy about this, am I right? They are, but at the moment, all they can do is play some heavy metal and howl at the moon. We'll decide what will happen to Tom. Now, well, you know the whole story, sir. What's our final decision? Do you think we should lift Tom immunity and let him be prosecuted there in Finland, or should we keep and bring him back to safely to the US? This is immunity. People died. He's at least partially responsible for this. He should be tried, even if it is this just a stupid mistake. Let's bring him home. He made a mistake. It's not like he murdered all those people. It was an accident. Let's bring him home. I ruined my tokens, did I? We got to look after our own. We've already said that that was going to be our main policy, so we'll look after our own always. Press conference. 2 times the charm. Tremendous and obscene. Ignore. Alright. Click on jumping highlight journalist to get questions. There are 3 ways to answer a question. Not answering means you've ignored. Okay. What the frig am I doing here? So, what exactly do you think about doing? Did you do the Tom Ellis case? Not much. He's a decent person. And next. Okay. Yeah, he's a decent person. We all know that Tom Ellis is a flat earther believer. Are you too, sir? No. People like that have common sense. What would you say to families about who drowned? Oh, God. We'll say that we're sorry. Are you proud of what you did? Yes, Tom is a good American no matter what. Nope, but it's the right thing to do. Okay. The people accept my craziness. Alright, so I've actually got 2 action points. How do I spend these action points? I've got to build the wall somehow. Let's put something into the education program. There we go. For now. The economy's not looking great. Mr. President, it's come to my attention that you are entirely neglecting international relations. Many things are going on worldwide, and we should participate in them to maintain our status. Okay. React, gain influence, invest, and intervene. You have access to a nuclear suitcase. However, I don't recommend this particular one. Ooh. Please start calmly. We want to wait to roll out the big guns. Over time, we'll be able to afford more and more. The projects you can run and open up many opportunities. So if you want, you go wild. Shows who the boss here. Keep that in mind. Build that wall. Build that wall. I've gone serious. For now. Right, so what am I doing with this map? Right, we want a good relation with somebody. Ireland think USA are distrustful? What are these things? Investigate, trade agreement. -2. How many action points do I get? Right, let's trade with the UK. No. Why don't we trade with Brazil, maybe? Okay, it's gonna give us 10 something. Australia. Okay, we should investigate somebody, right? Who do we want to investigate? Should we investigate Russia? Oh, yeah. I feel like because of the Puerto Rico jokes, we should definitely... Is it here? The Bahamas? Oh, the Haitians, they're eating the cats and they're eating the dogs. Okay, we don't have any action points. I don't really know what that does, if I'm honest. Okay, new map events. Okay, so we can see some new things. Czech Republic. Huge oil spill. It's going to take years for the effect of this environmental disaster. We need to get it under control. All hands aboard. This only proves that it's high time the world goes green. I believe in Mother Nature. Austria. Okay, so Austria would like us if we do this. Okay, well, successful. So we could trade with Austria now, if we wanted to. That'll do for the minute. We do have some email. The law removing obstacles to obstruction stem cell research initiatives is waiting for your decision. Okay, stem cells. That's quite important, right? We can do nukes. It actually has the time to sit there and create new YouTube channels and Gmail accounts every time. Yeah, he has. Hey, Scott, good evening. Okay, removing obstacles obstructing stem cells research initiatives. Experimenting with stem cells as we have research connected to the matter. They will no longer regulate the federal level. Advise that the state governments to let their scientists do things their way and not involve the law in the research processes. Czech Republic is landlocked. Yeah, I have no idea. So should we just stop FDA approval of this research and just let the scientists go crazy? What do we think? Are we accepting or rejecting? The other thing is in the Czech Republic, but Austria like us for fixing it. Sign it. Accept. Accept. Reject. Ooh. Accept. 1, 2. I think we're on a draw here. See what happens next. What do you think? I think it's Sue accepts that. Okay, let's go with accept. Okay. Ooh. We're turning towards communism. Okay, great. Let's open the door. Oh, this friendly guy. Good morning. We have quite an important matter to discuss today. I'm glad to see you in top shape. It's time to start working on your public image, sir, especially in the context of your re-election. True, Mr. President, but in your case it's quite special because your predecessor was forced to drop his candidacy just months before the elections, just sort of inherited his campaign, skipping several major steps in the process. Okay. According to our research, most people do not have a strong opinion about you yet. We'd like to take this opportunity and start working on building your image and re-election strategy. Well, I'm sure that despite having been in the office for no more than a year, you've already had numerous criticisms leveraged against you. To be perfectly honest with you, we're only going to get worse, and this day of age, nobody gets through an election cycle with their reputation untarnished. We're hoping to achieve great... Okay, yeah, okay. By showing the people what kind of person you really are. Of course, the campaign is just one small piece of the puzzle, but more people will vote for you if they feel that you share their values. I just want you to answer a few questions about the campaign, Mr. President. Oh, God. Please do not feel obliged to display every possible virtue. Not only will it dispute the message, but also be used against you for any reason. Alright. Let's start with your identity as a politician, sir. As a leader, what emotion would you like to inspire your constituents? Excitement, confidence. I'd rather just focus on the issues, to be honest. It's too early to gamble on people's expectations. We live in crazy times. People hate it, but someone shakes the boat too hard. Want to spark hope for a better future in the hearts of those disillusioned with today's America. Build the wall. I think we're going to go with excitement here, right? Test tube babies incoming. Hey, Raw Simulations, I'm doing it on Thursday. I swapped for whatever reason. We will be doing the A330. I have a repaint coming for it as well. It wasn't ready yet. None of them is a word salad enough, it'll all fail. What do we think? What do we think? Okay, we're gonna prosper. Several sentiments prevent our public discourse. I'd like to let me know how much of a priority they are for you. Okay. First, as you certainly know, there is a growing distrust towards institutions which are often believed as undermine the rights and freedoms of regular citizens. Would you like to lean on such libertarian sentiments? Draining the swamp. we're passionate about draining the swamp. It's not something I oppose personally, but I'm sure if it's the most pressing issue out there. Attack the institutions I'm managing. Talk about cutting the branch you're sitting on. I have no idea. I have no idea. Are we passionate about draining the swamp? A lot of you mentioned that earlier in the stream. I used to have sub-only chat on, and then he disappeared. He goes away for like a year at a time, and he comes back. Problem with sub-only is a lot of people don't like that either. Weird. Drain the swamp. Are we draining the swamp? Yeah, I used to have sub-only chat on, and it used to be, yeah, I think it was about 5 minutes before they were allowed to talk because of spam. It doesn't happen too often, it's just randomly. Alright, 2 to drain the swamp, we're draining the swamp. On the other hand, many Americans believe that there are many more immediate threats, both foreign and domestic, putting our nation at risk. The demographic would typically like to see the leader express a stronger stance that matters orderly and security. I'm certainly going to address this issue, but I don't want to fear to define my political message. I don't think it's a good idea. Rather focus on the root cause. What do we think? didn't mind the laundromat game. I'm a bit worried that there's not much to it at the moment. I'll get another video out tomorrow sometime. But I'm a little bit worried there's not much to it. Hey. Yeah, 1 hour 6 minutes, so that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for the first polls. That's what we're waiting for. King Dong. Drain the swamp. Happy election from Germany. Well, hopefully it'll be happy and peaceful. We'll find out tomorrow morning if America's burning. Okay, we're going to keep people safe. Let's do it. We need to consider how much emphasis we want to put on national pride and prosperity. American exceptionalism is still a prevalent sentiment after all. God, that's... Ugh. No wonder why Harris can't talk. I couldn't sit there saying all this stuff. I'm not going to get some... I'd rather not capitalize on these feelings. Let's keep capitalism propaganda out of my campaign. I'm not against some positive reinforcement, but let's not turn the present campaign into a corporate circle jerk. Yeah, we'll go with that. Growing percentage of the population has now become more aware of progressive policies popular in other developed nations. Issues such as climate change, social safety net, technological advancements, they're discussed over a dinner table much more frequently than the past. Would you like to include these in your platform? Socialism. Hey, Blonde Zombie, good evening. Is this a big deal? Progressive policies. Let's not make it a huge deal. We need to drain the swamp first. We need to talk about money. Unfortunately, fundraising is something we cannot overlook. Do you have any preference in that regard? I won't worry about that. Numerous business people will line up to show me the support once they see how much the President has done for the US economy. My economy is terrible. My pie will take good care of the numbers, one guy. I've always been a man of the people. Let's try to secure funding from individual donations. Let's be a man of the people. The campaign is still in its infancy, so we need to know what to expect from when drafting strategy. I hope you to manage to uphold these beliefs, otherwise there might be some conflict between you and your media persona. Me too, my friend. Me too. Get the hell out of my office. I want to spend my action points on something. And not that I know how. There you go. Projects. We need to build the wall, so migration needs to get something. And I did say about law enforcement too. Why do I get so little per turn? How am I supposed to do anything in this White House? Okay, I've lost points in everything apart from society. Okay, I trust you had a chance to familiarize with the Combating Workplace Prejudice Week. Was it to your liking? Would you like to bring the document for your signing? Alright, let's have a look. Workplace Prejudice Week. To help the disabled all across the United States, I hereby solemnly declare that Combating Workplace Prejudice Week, we will spread awareness about harsh situation of many disabled who are unemployed, even though they are willing to change that. Yeah, I'm all in for that. I don't care what anyone says. Give them the jobs. Like, oh, we've got 5 points now. Public infrastructure, I said, was going to be a big one. And energy. We need to get something into the energy. Still got 2 left. What are these costing me? They all cost me the same thing. No, they cost me different things. Modernized immigration procedures. Let's bring that in. I think that's going to be quite important here. Alright, let's have a look at the door then. Let's see who's here. Well, the being a president can't get anything done. Literally what's happening. Okay, Mr. President, I hope that you've gotten used to this office already. There has been some work ahead of us and rather cooperation. Well, you've already appointed the entire cabinet of the United States, and now they should be up and running with the new reality left alone. However, they may be ineffective. Around a bunch of party... Okay. Right, what does he suggest? Shall we shake it up? Look at them, gauging their moves, check if they're motivated enough. Your decisions can affect their performance, so it's essential to keep them under control at all times. If they see that they're doing what they themselves believe in, they will stand behind you. It's pretty cynical, but shared interest brings people together best. Well then, it would be better to steer them away. Control is a form of trust, so don't be afraid. Allows the advisor can be more harm than help. Sure you'll manage, please keep my advice in mind. Okay. The cabinet. Every leader needs a council. Cabinet members are here to just do that. Besides occupying a specific position, everybody has unique talents and preferences, which is something to keep in mind. From among the cabinet members, select close advisors. Only the close advisor will affect the daily changes statistics. Okay. So these are my closest of, like, well, these are all negative. I don't want negative people. Right, I only want positive Pete's. Oh yeah, it's someone for the military here. Hang on. Okay, it's plus 12. Okay, I thought something was broken. Anybody got anything better? Plus 6. Ooh. Let's bring you in. Okay, this is my cabinet. Right, I think we're doing okay. World awaits, a new map event has happened. Okay, let's go to the world map. Oh, Russia. Forest fires have engulfed vast areas of Russia. Sell help? Send help. I can't control the weather. I have a bad feeling what's going to happen here. I'll let you guys decide what we do to Mother Russia. Oh god. We could sell the help. There's nothing about earning a buck about saving lives, right? That is government all over. I don't think we can choose our own VP, no. Send help. Alright, we'll send the help to those pesky Russians. It wasn't cheap, but it was the right thing to do. So that's cost me money. Right, we need to... how many action points do I have? I've got 5. So we need to be making more money with somebody. Lord Democracy. Always a good start, isn't it? Okay, we're gonna do some trading with Russia. France. I don't know where Russia came from. Italy. We get some trade agreements going here. And let's have a look what they're doing in Mexico. Oh no, I'm not allowed. I've run out of action points. Okay. We'll leave Mexico alone. Cabinet. I think everybody's kind of happy at the moment. We've got a project point to use. Oh god, who's this? Is that tomorrow it comes out? I did apply for a key. I don't know if I'm going to get one. Invade Iran. Still oil. Oh. I haven't got the nukes yet. Good day, sir. Who's this? Secretary of Education. Are you busy? Let me be direct. What do you think about vaccines? Oh. I'm not answering any questions about a lawyer. I think some vaccines are very good. The COVID vaccine, I'm not so sure about, even though I have them. I mean, we could be planting microchips into everybody. Yes, Maximus. You said anything about oil. So yeah, vaccine's pretty cool, or do we need my lawyer? I feel like I need a lawyer. She looks like she's going to entrap me. Shay McDonagh. America. Fuck yeah. Gonna save the... It's a great movie. Why is the Education Minister asking for health questions? I don't know. I do not know. Were we saying vaccines are pretty cool? I'm gonna poison all the lives of these poor kids. I'm asking because it's flu season. Okay, it's not so bad. US Department of Education is about to run a pro-vaccine public campaign, and we really believe that your presence could help a lot. What do I need to do? I have the Director of Communications organize a televised event where we will vaccinate some local school children. We want to open with you talking with the... Okay, sure. Let's do it. I'll let my followers know as well. Screecher. What the hell, Screecher? I have followers. Let's do it. I don't know what followers I've got, but let's take it. Hey, look, Screecher. Call for action. Proud. One of the things I love about this job is opportunities to do something good. Crazy how many anti-vaxxers are out there, or how I like to call them, pro-dead children. Jesus Christ. Knock, knock. Who's there? Better tomorrow. You're welcome. I like it. Going to see some young citizens hyped, get together and make some changes happen. Who's with me? Going to see some... Jesus. I like the mysterious. Knock, knock. Who's there? Better tomorrow. You're welcome. I like that. I'm way too high for this shit, Mr. President. Imagine the smell. God. That's quite funny. I'll give him that. Okay, daily changes are looking good. Oh, world map's not looking so good. We need to have a look at some of these wars. Alright, who's this? This is someone new. Press Secretary! Sir, I need to talk to you about the phrase you like to use because it's stirring up trouble. Fake news. Oh. Okay, who told you that? I've never used these words in my entire life. It's pure fake news. How exactly can a phrase stir trouble? I find it hard to believe. I think we'll go with the first one. Here we go again. Don't understand why the term fake news is such a problem while the actual problem itself is not. I'm sorry, but how can one fight all the fake-ass media without using the F word at all? People didn't like that. There are no facts, only interpretations, as the German guy with a big mustache once said. You should bear in mind that your truth is another man's lie. Wow, you must be the smartest person in this room other than me. I should learn to hold my tongue, at least sometimes. Let's agree to disagree on that one. I will tolerate my opponents barely, but I'll keep the privilege of calling them using some F words. Yes. Ooh. Someone must have triggered our presidential because he went on yet another rant about fake news and fake media. Those buffoons are more fake than my wife's tits. Yeah, all they do is undermine me and watch my United States burn. He was screaming to the camera while his press secretary was trying to cringe. Yes, that was me. Get out of here. I do as I please. I got some action points. Let's spend them. Okay. We are working on the education stuff. So why don't we get something here? Exclude humanities from standardizing testing. Private education contractors. +8 funding. So free educational materials. I think that's a good one. How could the people not like that? Okay, news. Yeah, all fake. That's me. Where's the Screecher? World map. Someone said we need to go burn somewhere for oil. Where are we going for? Iran? They don't have any money though. Iraq? Arabia? Oh, we're allied with Arabia. I didn't know that. Let's do a trade route with them. Oh, I'm not allowed. How do I make things better with them? I'm not allowed to drink. I'm not allowed to drop nukes. I don't have any action points. That might help. Let's get out of here. Did they base this on President Trump? I think they did. I think they tried to take the funniest moments, right? Broken promise, sense of pride and accomplishment, never fall below 350 politics. Ooh, I am not getting re-elected already. Okay, we've got a new world problem. Recession. The economy of Armenia is crumbling. Bail them out, buy them out. Better than us. Right, what do we get? 50. Okay, we get a trade agreement. Bail them out. Okay, so if there's a failure, hybrid, full democracy. Oh, I'm gonna buy them out. Okay, so we've now trading with Armenia, which is getting very close to our oil money, right? So that's good. We do have 5 points here, so maybe we should do some investigation around here. Let's see what people are up to. Let's see what these pesky Australians are up to. Alright, we're done here. We have an email. I trust you had a chance to familiarize yourself with American Educational Week. Okay, let's have a look. What are we going to do for this? Trump is the only one worth to base the president on. Possibly. Okay, every child in America deserves equal access to an education that meets the individual needs and prepares them for success. During American Education Week, we celebrate the boundless potential of American students, honor the teachers, parents, and guardians who help develop the talents. I mean, I can't see why I wouldn't agree to this. I don't think it does no harm, right? Right, how are we looking in the presidency? Okay, we're back to conservatism a little bit more now. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Ah, the press secretary, she's back. Oh no, who's this? Health and Human Services. Okay. Good morning, Mr. President. Last night in Los Angeles, a rapper called Lil Sir Syrup died from an overdose of cough syrup. Jesus. He was just 19, the media's gone crazy saying that millions of teenagers are at risk. We need to do something. We need all those big sweet pharma billions. Okay, let's take care of it. We need to get the people happy. We're going to ban all cough medicine. No one under 21 can buy medicine. I'll screech about it. It should take the problem go away. Okay, I'm going to screech about it. That's what we're going to do here. That is one way to get rid of a problem. Tweet it. Okay. Let this be a lesson for all of us. Cough syrup is killing our children. Something must be done. His name was Lil Sir Syrup. What did you expect? See you in heaven, YOLO, I guess. Soap's gone. We're all doomed. The end is near. Okay, I think we'll go serious. It didn't do very good for my economy, though. I've been sipping that shit for years now. Never died, not once. Right, I need to put some money into another sector. I'm thinking law enforcement at this stage. Right, let's end our day. Let's see where we go with this. Okay, we got world news. Oh, Australia's brought something to our attention. I can't keep bailing everybody out. My own economy is not amazing. We'll buy them out. They give us a trade agreement with them. Who's this? Alarming child mortality rates. Administrations of funding issues are leading on the increased child and commerce. Let's see if they can help in any way. Lives are at stake here. Let's hope they solve the problem soon. They'll give me another action point. Not that I need action points, but we're going to take that. Because we're going to start investigating some other people. Let's see what China are up to. Ireland. The Canadians. There we go. That'll keep us busy. Okay, projects. Okay, public space monitoring. Stricter police training programs. More funding. +5. +5. Let's go with stricter police. We'll see how that goes for a while. From the outside perspective, she seems a lot more likable. Who, Harris? I don't think she's likable. I think they're both not particularly likable. I think, you know, they're both not great. I think the difference, my big difference is who Trump has surrounded himself with. Having Kennedy Jr. there, Bobby Kennedy, I think is massive because people in America really like him. I think J.D. Vance, after his Joe Rogan appearance, I feel like he could be good. He could be something for the future for the Republican Party. Tulsi Gabbard, again, a Democrat coming across. She's quite liked in that kind of sector as well, the military and stuff. Elon Musk, I mean, he was always a Democrat, but he's now switched. If anything now, the Republican Party looks like the unity party. If you just cancel out Trump, you know, it's... The people he's already started to build that cabinet. I haven't seen anything on the Harris side apart from her and Tim Walz. I don't know. They haven't really talked about who they might bring in or who they want in certain sectors. But I think making America healthy again by the Kennedy guy, I think that was a massive boost to a lot of Americans. Who knows? When I make serious choices backfires. I don't know if it's backfiring, maybe. Chief of Staff, we are finished. Oh, Jesus. And it's all before 11 in the morning. Crisis, chases, crisis. Everything is falling apart in place. Only aliens are missing. Right, let's get to the point. Your pretty long honeymoon in the Oval Office is over. The people have already bored. They strike, whine, protest, and plot against us. Where to start? With the bad news or the worst news? Let's go with the worst news. Take a look at this one. It's tragic. Lake Michigan naval battle. People, be serious. This is dangerous. What the fuck is going on there? Okay. They fight each other from cannons mounted on the decks of sailboats. About 50 armed civilian vessels. Please don't just laugh. This is serious. Okay. Sticky people. Mysterious people stick themselves to exhibits with glue. Damn, those sticky people. With this one, nothing. The milk has been spilt. However, you can proceed to level the losses. Well, the crisis that affects you do not directly. They mainly tarnish your image, but that's all. If you improve your image, these little slip-ups and sort of problems will flow even faster. Sometimes one good law can convince progressivism or conservatism crazies to join you. First of all, check what they expect from you. Okay. We're going to take care of that. Okay, so sticky people costing me things here. How do I even build this wall? Complete the quest, Founders of the Wall. How do I build this wall? Is it here? Who is building my wall? I'm not sure who's building the wall. My industry is not great, and my politics is not great either. Trump is the one that's going to hold the business ends and the groups together. Well, yeah, maybe. Do you know Trump's daughter-in-law is the party's co-chair? I do. I only realised recently, though. Okay, Mr. President, it is time to finally fulfill one of your main elections. Damn, this one's really easy. So it's the promise to build the Great Wall of the Mexican border. Yes, let's do that. It's going to be cheap or easy, but at least we can try. Let's do it. Right, I've seen you've already organised a task force to get it done more swiftly. Good. We need proper materials and construction crew reasonable size. Since I'm a solid president, I need to make solid decisions. Let's think about the money. We're talking about billions of dollars, not 2, 3, but 15, 20 billion in the cheapest options. Billions for a freaking fence. No, I failed. It's not my fault the economy's in this shitter. Okay, let's modernize our public transport. I think that's always a good place to start with stuff. I still got 2 points to spend. Espionage, energy. I think we should put some money into energy, right? Can't say that this is going particularly well for me. The economy's growing. Sent all the money to Russia. I don't think I sent all the money to Russia. Ireland. Dangerously high water levels have led to food and sanitary crisis in Ireland. I mean, I'm not being funny, but... I'm going to sell some help. Of course the Irish are going to pay for the help because that's what we do. We give money to anybody and everybody but ourselves. Alright. Do we have any action points? We do. We can have a little bit of a trade agreement going on there. Maybe a little bit with the Argentinians. Ooh, Madagascar. Yes, there we go. Let's try and get some industries running here. Charity week. Charity starts at home, right? American people have long been known for showing the world the way forward. While innovations is no doubt crucial for the future of humanity, so is charity. This week is let's focus on helping our neighbours, sharing what we have in abundance. I need to win the next election, otherwise it's game over, right? So we should accept these nice things. I don't know if you're aware of it, but a bunch of people are waiting for you right now. No, sir, quite the opposite. They are journalists. Ah, Jesus. Yeah, it's press conference. I don't want to go. No, you have to go right now. Alright, let's go do this press conference. Let's see what they want. Mr. President, you made us wait for 2 hours. Do you hate press conferences? No, I love them, but love requires patience. Yeah, there you go. I'm trying to click on you. How are your current political decisions affecting your family? They're very supportive. Yeah. Some of your recent statements made me think you were high or drunk or making them. Am I right? That's just how I roll. Completely, utterly, and horribly sober. Oh, God. Do you think the media's on your side? No, fake news. And people think I'm very political. I think I won that round. It is snowing outside. Damn, the economy's growing. My politics is going down. My diplomacy's good. Built a good economy. I can build that wall now, please. Alright, who's in trouble now? Mexico. LZ has been found guilty of violating numerous international environment regulations. Enough finger waggling. Let's address the issue together. What do I get from it? Plus free fundings to espionage. Yeah, let's pin some of our crap onto him. I don't mind that. Alright, let's find out what we're already looking at Canada. Can't look at myself. Peru? United Kingdom, maybe? Let's see what people are up to. Bioethics Committee. I don't even know what this means. Couple guards are killing you. Right. A new federal institution operating under the Department of Education is to be assembled. They shall be tasked with tackling hypothetical concerns arising from the developments of new biotechnologies that have the right to start What? I don't even know what this is. This is why I'd make the worst president, because I actually friggin' no clue. But I'm going to accept it. Good morning, President. I have a formal invitation for you. The Speaker of the House has just signed it, so the message says, I invite you to deliver to you the State of the Union address before the joint session of Congress in the chamber of the U.S. House of Representations. Alright, what do I have to do? Oh, I just lost what I earned. Ooh. Take something at a time. Firstly, you have to choose a designated survivor. It's just a decision. Okay. Secretary of Homeland Security and Secretary of Energy. Okay, security. I need my military to go up a little bit. It's looking pretty poor right now. I know you've gone over it, but consider the guest list who you should like to invite. We have some places in the box next to the First Lady. We'll get some firefighters. There we go. Write a speech. Oh yeah, we're so gonna do that ourselves. As we gather here tonight, our nation is at war, our economy is in recession. Nah, that's rubbish. Jobs are booming, incomes are soaring, poverty is plummeting, crime is falling, confidence is surging, our country is thriving. Yes, I already like that already. The United States of America right now is the strongest, most durable economy in the world. Our nation will continue to be persistent to pursue two great objectives. Members of Congress, we must never forget that only the victories that matter in Washington are victories that deliver for the American people. I feel like they'll love that. Steadfast is our purpose. We know press on. We have freedom price. Okay. That's America I know. That's the country we love. I think that would make a great ending. Come in, sir. Sorry to bother you, Mr. President, but this new thing is already trending on Screech, and what is new? Living in the moment means being stuck in the past. We don't want that. Okay, so what can I do? Should redheads be allowed to sing Christmas songs? That's a tough one. A real ball breaker. Assuming most of them don't have souls, well, there are many factors to be considered first. I don't mind a redhead woman singing Christmas songs in December, but a redhead guy singing that kind of song during the summer holiday makes me want to... Do I have more than one option? We'll go with that. Wait, sir, don't tell me. Tell the millions of people in Screecher. Yes. Let's screech it. There's no place in the US for soulless. Let's get rid of redheads. Deep inside, we're all redheads. I mean, our blood is red, right? Redheads are just like me. Let them sing if they want to. We'll be serious. In China, no redheads allowed. Ouch. Society like me, my politics aren't great, but my diplomacy and economy is very good. Right, let's see what the world has for us. President Peru has drunkenly sent you an email filled with insults. I'll give him 24 hours to apologize, all bets are off. Okay, he's done it. I want these fundings. We're getting free fundings into our things. So that's good. Let's just keep throwing these around all over the place. I think Canada had something for us, no? That can go away for a minute. We have new points. I mean, there's 8 points here. I've already spent them, though. 4 there, 3 there. Okay, I've got nothing I can spend money on. Okay, Iran. One of the US surveillance satellites has crashed into Iran. Secure it by all means necessary. Okay, well, we'll go get it. Because I'm going to get plus 50 on the old calendar. Where is the other event? A number of high-ranking officials in Canada have been revealed to be part of a satanic cult. Jesus. The US has always fought the religious freedoms and separation of the church and state. Why should this time be any different? Okay, we'll just say who cares. We'll let the Canadians be Canadians, right? some sort. Is there anything else here for us? No, I think we're good. Let's maybe have a look into somebody else. No, I ain't got enough points. Okay, Caroline Hicks. Welcome, I heard you had something important to discuss with me. Got a dead ass, I know that much. Indeed, Mr. President, I was hoping you could ordain a presidential commission to investigate some problems threatening the future domestic of the US market. As you know, desperate being the world's leading economic power, the US is still facing several crises, stemming primarily from globalization, technology advances. I'd be naive to assume these problems will solve themselves, which I'd like you to put together 2 separate commissions. Oh god, this sounds like money. First, research the future of the industry and purpose of... Okay. I believe that these are the cornerstone issues threatening the sustainability of the economic system. Right, just how much do you want? I think we should bring in the private sector. The private sector always helps boost things fast, right? Right. Okay, let's reignite the entrepreneurial spirit of the American people. I need to appoint someone to lead the committee. Yes. Where's my cabinet? Where are we sitting on this? Conservatism. Quite surprised by this. Cabinet. Anybody any better? Plus 12 on the military. Okay, unavailable. I can't move her out though, no. Bugger. That's what that cost me. Right, let's find out what's going on here. The producers of widely distributed consumable goods are required to publicize, report detailing the impact their products' distribution practices have on the environment, health, short, long, and term. Okay, yeah, I agree with this. They should public, everything should be in the public eye. Right, how are we looking? How are we looking? I got one more point to spend. Can I spend anywhere that will give me energy? 10 action points. Ooh. Are these action points? Okay, so that just gave me 10 points. Okay, I'm going to subsidize solar panels. Espionage only needs one more to get something. We'll reinforce our counterintelligence. Military and industry. We're not really doing very much for these guys now, are we? Okay, we'll get something else here. +5 to every stat. Okay, we'll take that one too. Oh, 2 more points. Can we use them anywhere interesting? We'll do something for migration. There we go. Oh, 1 tokens are available here. Law enforcement. Okay, let's reform the judges. Everything's in the green here now, so we might actually survive as president. To some extent. Alright, I think we need to keep using these things. Because there's stuff to do, right? Social privileges. Document outlines the extent of new regulations and privileges applicable to U.S. Army veterans. Most notably, in return for their faithful service, they shall enjoy priority in all proceedings. Ah, you know what, yeah. We love the Army. Love that we have a different signature every time. Chat, you've all gone quiet. What's going on? Are you bored? We'll have the exit poll in 20 minutes. Hey, good morning, sir. I need to talk to you about a quite serious matter regarding Parks and Recreation Program. Would you like me to give you straight to present? Oh. Okay, I'm trying to decide whether to ban Frisbee in the newly opened parks, as there's been several freak accidents involving Frisbees. It pales compared to the health and well-being benefits of physical activity. What do you think? I agree with you. If we take the Frisbees away, people are going to find a way to kill each other with beach balls or something. Yeah, I think that's a good answer. Enjoying silently. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, the politics is going up a bit. Diplomacy is good. Economy is still strong. There's some debate regarding the meaning behind our president's opening remarks. It appears that he should have a nod towards the fact that he has increased the funding for intelligence agencies, though probably not enough for all attendees to make messages seriously. Alright. People are not happy, apparently, with the news. Huge oil spill. I'm actually going to do this. This proves it's only high in time, only because I'm getting 3 fundings to energy and education. That's important to us. Turns out that Poland is allowing US whistleblower to hide in one of their European embassies. What do I get with all this stuff? Use the opportunity to engage in dialogue with a neutral ground. Oh yeah, let's go with that. Okay, so we've got lots more funding. So this is how we get the funding. A major earthquake wreaked havoc in urban areas in Burkina Faso. We'll send help. I don't feel like it's their fault. India. Economy. I don't want to bail them out. One enterprise. Okay, now I will bail India out because they have a very fast growing economy normally when they're not crushing. And we get a trade agreement with that. So that's plus 80 there. I think that's okay. Okay. Oh, China's been caught spying. Hopefully they'll publish their findings at any point harm done establishment. Ooh, that's a terrible answer. Right, they can share their findings with us. I'll take the plus 50 on this. Right. We do have some more countries. Iran. Let's just investigate all these people. Right, so the other thing I was quite happy about here is now that we should have opened up some more sector stuff because we should have a lot of new points, tokens, please. Or not. Well, maybe they're coming on the next turn. From now on, no US official, civilian, as well as military will no longer be required to even be able to negotiate with terrorists. Groups of individuals connected with any terrorist organization will only be contacted by US officials if they regulate approval from the Department of Homeland Security. Okay, so terrorists can only talk to me. Well, that was kind of the way things rolled anyways. Right, let's open up the door, see what this smiley git has. Cut to chase, our financial situation is not good. I thought our financial situation was good. Expenditures are higher than the income, there is a funding gap, we should repay the loans and cut the expenses of the country will cease to function. Look into the expenses, I think those can be cut to reduce the deficit. I'll give you some time so you can try different solutions. Hopefully when I come back you'll have this sorted. We might do. The guy who owns the budget is not happy. Our economy is very strong. It's my military and industry that could do with a little bit of love. Troubling reports of activists disappearing without tracing. Alright, okay. We didn't get nothing for that. Intelligence agency in Russia have been caught spying. Again, I'm trying to build my politics up, so that's fine by me. I'll keep having a look around some of these other countries. See what this guy has to offer us. Might have actually gotten you into trouble. Okay, great. Last night you got a strange call from someone calling himself a guardian angel. I said something I wasn't supposed to, I think. Hi. I'm sober as a church mouse, sir, but I had some beers last night. 3 or 6. If you're drunk, not really. I thought it was an angel. In fact, it was a guy from the Christian newspaper called Guardian Angel. Let's find out, what did he tell him? I declare myself a nihilist prophet, and you probably don't believe in God, only pretending to be a believer to get more votes. And you call God a Santa for grown-ups. Hmm. Great, now I've got to go do a press conference. What an ass. Let's start with the most basic question. Is there a God? Maybe, but he's been awfully quiet. Don't you think comparing God to Santa is insulting? Santa is great, I agree with that. Are you afraid to lose your Christian votes today? I'm not scared. Do you think that faith is essential for those in troubled times? I don't know, I just clicked on that. I don't think things are so bad. I should have fired his ass. I'm always careful. We double bag. Balancing income expenses is really important anyway. This crisis has ended. I won't bother you any longer. Get out of here, son. Get out of here. Really, part of the United Kingdom is doing its best to put courts under their absolute control. We could go hostile with the UK. Not our place. We'll stay friendly terms with them because it keeps the borders open. Man, look at all these things. Received reports of opposition in Egypt managed to gridlock the entire government. That's none of our business. I can live with that one. A plane with several American tourists on board crashes minutes after takeoff. Demand answers. I agree with that one. A local anti-government activist is urgently requesting sanitary in our embassy. Alright, well, can't take him because I don't know what's going on. I agree with that. Getting a lot of the same things now. Troubling reports. Yeah. I don't think there's much I can do about that one either. Let's go see what some countries in Europe are up to. Right, let's see what customs has for us. To decrease the number of illegal immigrants in the USA, I've decided to double the number of detention centers to renew the Safe Communities program to identify the criminals among the... Well, I can't build the wall. So, we should definitely enact this. Because that was our promise to the people that I was going to sort immigration out, and I failed. Okay, I've got one action point. Is that it? Is there, can I put it anywhere that it's going to give me something? Oh no, look, they've all appeared now. Okay, espionage. Right. Let's have a look at what we can spend things on. Expand the nuclear power grid. That'll give me a bit more funding on that. Green Public. Compass change though. Let's go with Green Industries. Would have been a bad idea. Not the only one that we had. Oh. Well, that's a bit sad. Let's see what this guy has. Hello, Mr. President. You seem a little pepped. What's cooking? Weirdo Objects is back. Watched the first episode of season 2. Okay. Breathtaking. Kind of. Can't wait to watch the whole thing over the weekend. Most reviewers think season 2 is better than season 1. I don't even know what we're friggin' talking about. The Great Wall 1. Chinese platform. Got a Chinese flag, sir. Understand that the Great Wall invested $5 billion to get the best content on their platform. Damn Chinese have bought all our TV rights. CEO The Bleeding Edge translation, dub any type of content in real time. Weird thing, still looks great, feels like it's our show, but the money goes to the Chinese pockets. Right, we're going to take a stand against the Chinese. I'm going to screech the truth to the masses. I've introduced a law that keeps foreign companies from selling the subscription service to our countries. Only US companies will have the right to stream. Yes, I'm going to bring that in. Getting tough on crime. Okay, we've got to sign another piece of paper. I'll let our money go to China. Charity starts at home. But things are in the green. I think we're doing really well. Yeah, we're getting a few too many of these popping up now. Okay, we will, don't even mean to do what I was just doing. Accountability. Let's see what we got. No offense, but we can expunge from criminal records. Any act of law breaking is to be permanently recorded. No exceptions. Yes. You create the crime. It's your own problem. I don't think there's anything I've rejected. World map. Okay, we do have some things going on here with this world map too. Doesn't look like we can get a trade agreement with anyone. I got no points, that's why. I think I just cancelled that. Didn't mean to cancel that. I got achievement for something. Good to see, sir. One of the last sane people on the planet is my opinion. New form of madness, sir, based on everyday heavy mental state nonetheless. Oh god. The Bible, sir. They were remaking the Bible, rewriting it, and people are freaking out. Oh, Jesus. How dare they? The writers, the creators, maybe even the whole goddamn entertainment industry, I don't know. Someone's doing it. First they come to our most dear sacred video games, movies, TV shows. Now they're taking the holy book and trying to make it theirs. Yeah, we're gonna go. Someone's gonna spill blood for this. Yes, we're gonna take a stand in a press conference. I'm not a big fan of the press conferences, but we're gonna do them anyways. We are ready. Look at this guy. Mr. President, what do you think about the attempts to rewrite the Bible? I will not let them. Civil War, Judgment Day. Only God knows, but we can trust. Should we do something about such attempts to change the things that we value? If you don't like it, don't buy it. Yeah. For those who are deeply offended by it, they end up in hospitals. Break some balls. Hey, look. Policies. We did well. Freaking world map is going bananas. We got crap happening everywhere. Croatia. I'm going to sell them help. Who else needs me? Oh, okay, that just disappeared. Right, okay, that's fine. Okay, everything's kind of in the green nearly now. Promise fulfilled. Not great, not terrible. Never fall below. Yeah, we did alright. We promised something. Promise broken? I thought I kept my promises. No, Germany's allowing the US whistleblower to hide in one of their... Okay. I'm going to do that because it's going to get us funding. Government of Bolivia has lost their administration data to a hacker attack. They don't know if that the CIA has backup. And they will never find out. Yep. Trinidad and Tobago is overwhelmed with wave of refugees leading to unrest. Jesus. Use this opportunity to speak to peace and unity. Such conflicts ought to make... Okay. Oh, Jesus. Well, we'll do some of that. Expanding the scope of the Espionage Act. If anyone is being prosecuted under the Espionage Act, their co-workers and close associates may also come under scrutiny. I'm going to reject this one. I can't say I love it. Hey, Jerry. Good evening. How are you? Right, projects. Do you have anything that we can spend some money on yet? No. I think we've done well to survive this long, you know. I didn't call him, but apparently I did. The primaries are just around the corner. Everybody's focused on the current frontrunner, you, Mr. President. Okay. Every major player understands that winning is impossible without undermining you first. Not to mention the number of clicks that media generates, antagonizing you. Okay, what should we do? Come on, Jerry, what are we going to do? Perhaps dropping a few comments here and there would be a bad idea. Focus on trending screeches. Okay. Elections are just around the corner, and the wall is nowhere to be seen. Oh, that was a bad screech. Broken promises, president of law and order, true cost presidential lies. Let's ignore. I don't think this is going well for me. The problem with today's politics, zero accountability, no one's talking about a sense of pride. Why? Is everything a bad? I'm just going to reply to everything, screw it. Ah, it's a good one. Okay, it looks like we're coming up to elections at some point. Where do we sit on this map? Oh, fascism! Millennium totalitarianism. Oh, Jesus. Right, okay. I can't say that that's... To be fair, I've rebuilt this country. People might not like me, but things are good. There are rumours that mysterious and deadly illness affected the population of Canada. Alright, let's take all possible precautions in case they're the ones bringing in COVID. What's going on over here? There seems to be someone... What? It's making our borders go down, but... I don't see it being a bad thing either. Okay. When registered at a public assembly of any kind, the organisers are obliged to fill out a detailed questionnaire meant to assess the political danger of the event in case of risk of violence deemed too high. Okay. There's no organiser. The nature of the assembly does not align with the details. Oh. Sure. Whatever makes them happy, right? Yeah, no, this be scheduled. Oh, Scientology. Might be a good time to take some stances, maybe before you're reluctant to do anything because of how well connected Scientology is, but thanks to a free flow of information, it's become another proof of elites' corruption of people's eyes. Well, the Church of Scientology has been enjoying its tax-exempt status for a while now. We could change that alternative. I could call a press conference, throw some keywords for you. Ooh. Bring the document. Let's charge them. Okay. Aid for migrants. Tax cuts. Okay, I think this is going to... Aid for migrants applying for working visa. That's going to give us the most benefits. Anything else? Got anything for us? We're already winning on that front. No, there doesn't seem to be much else there. That's for the Scientology people. They're no longer tax exempt. Tom Cruise is going to start paying his millions. El teenager shot by the police after a violent protest swept across major cities in Mexico. Condemn the rioting. Speak out against police violence. It's going to give me some healthcare and education points, so I'll take it. Okay, not much going on there. We've had them a few times now. I want to cut the profits. That's what we want. We want the money. Okay, so re-elections. Right, first of all, the interview will be aired on Eco World Network. Okay. Alright, sir. I've handpicked questions to make sure they provide you with the opportunity to brag a little. Okay. That said, the interview is going to be analysed live by a panel of experts. Right, great. Be back, Mr. President. Right, let's go in front of the TV and see what happens here. Who's this guy? Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you for finding time to talk to me. Yeah. Okay. Are you ready in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? Let's smile. Oh, God. First, I'd like to ask you who's driving force behind the administration of economic reforms? Am I going to say ready? It's all thanks to... But his cabinet is a laughingstock. Right. Okay. What the friggin' hell? Are you happy with the stability of our system? Okay. The economy is good. Oh, I should have said that's it. Didn't like any of them words. Some experts claim we should be very worried about the industry. Speaking of industry, how do we know we're heading in the right direction? Just trust. Ah, for frig's sake. Ah, the advice is good and good. Ah, okay, so the answers are here. Okay. I can't mess this up now, right? Get out of my office. Right, guys, should we move on to this election polls? Because I think we're going to get our first exit poll from America any minute now. Yeah, let's see who we can find that's going to show us the exit poll. Shall we see what we got? No, even I get adverts. Fortunately, I can't put any volume on. What website should we go on? Steve, am I pulling all night? Nah, just see what this first exit poll says and I'm done. I could go all night, but I've got stuff to do tomorrow. Who would be the best site to get this first poll? There's a lot of love for Trump here. Subtitles are closed.
I want to go back to the magic wall. Phil Mattingly is with us as well. Give us a sense of how close we are.
Yeah, look, voters are voting. That's a good thing. That also means because polls haven't closed, there are no results in here. In a few hours, you'll see this start to populate with red and blue in terms of where the candidates are actually standing. But right now, this is what we're waiting for. Battleground states in particular. Wolf, we know there are 7. We've been talking about them every single minute of every single day for the better part of the last year. Georgia is what we're watching first. It closes at 7 p.m. Eastern. Then North Carolina. So we're talking southeastern Sunbelt states.
New York Times is Democrat as pocket, though.
Close at 8 p.m. Michigan, the vast majority
they
of the
will
state
say that.
closes at 8 p.m. At 8 p.m., there are parts of the state that are on the central time zone. They go a little bit longer, up to 9 p.m. The vast majority of the state at 8 p.m. Then Wisconsin at 9 p.m. And then out west to Arizona and Nevada at 10 p.m. In terms of what we're going to be watching. So this is the map right now, not currently filled in as we're waiting for polls to close. Let's flip back to 2020. And I want to start where we saw Renee. It is the largest county in the state of Virginia. We're not expecting Virginia to be a potential win for Donald Trump. This is something that Joe Biden won handily. And while Glenn Youngkin won in an off-year election and outperformed where Republicans had been, what's interesting about Virginia as we start to see results come in will be Fairfax County is one of those types of counties. It's the largest county in the state of Virginia, where in the early part of the evening, you can start to get a look at how is Kamala Harris matching up to what Joe Biden did in a
If Sky News has anything better for us. Sounds News Network. Yeah, they're not being the best in this election, have they?
YouTube is the #1 site for millions of creators online, but as more people flood to the
No, they're not even live. There doesn't seem to be anybody. Fox News. Hey, random user. Alan, good evening.
He went in person with family members 2 weeks ago.
Well, our team coverage continues tonight with Lisa Evers live in the newsroom with a look at how things are expected to shake out tonight.
Jesus, them two look like twins.
Natasha and Bianca, well, the question everyone keeps asking us is when will we start to get an idea of election results? Election officials caution that final vote counts may not be known in some states for days due to the large number of early and mail-in voters. But we can give you mile markers of what to expect and when tonight.
All eyes are on the 7 battleground states. Once the polls close, results will start to come in slowly at first, then in waves. Georgia is the first battleground state to close at 7 p.m. About a dozen polling sites will stay open after bomb threats interfered with the voting process.
Bomb threats,
Georgia's
Jesus
Secretary of
Christ.
State says despite that, voters can expect timely results.
It won't just be a big number here and a big number there. It's going to happen throughout the night. And like I said, we have this all done before the night is out.
North Carolina is next at 7:30 p.m., but there may be delays because of hurricane damage. The Pennsylvania polls close at 8, and so does part of Michigan. The other part of Michigan is in a different time zone and closes at 9 Eastern Time. Michigan's Secretary of State says voters should not be intimidated by any interference.
We know that they will use all sorts of misinformation and other tactics today and in the days ahead to create chaos, confusion, fear, division, and sow seeds of doubt about what is a very clear, transparent, and secure election process.
Wisconsin and Arizona close at 9, with Nevada shutting the polling station doors at 10. The most important count is which candidate will reach the magic number of 270.
Watching me watch my own videos, yeah, that'd be dreadful.
Now, locally, the polls in New Jersey and Connecticut close at 8. Here in New York, votes have to be cast by 9. Election officials say it could take more than a week to count the votes.
How does it take this long?
Deadlines vary from state to state. Keep it locked here on Fox 5 and the Fox local app for the latest. Natasha and Bianca?
Lisa, earlier I know you were out there talking to voters, election anxiety.
The first exit polls are supposed to be now, though.
People on the streets, or was this something else?
I think it was something else because there was a tremendous amount of excitement. My crew and I were out all day near Union Square.
She reminds me of the woman from American Pie. What's his name's mum?
Everyone else had a story. This cut across all demographic lines, and it was really interesting because once we finished talking with people, we're getting ready to file our story. I thought, wow, you know, this is really different from past elections where there were so many grassroots efforts, so many organizations, even the City Board of Elections doing outreach to try and convince voters of the importance of.
Well, this video won't get monetized now because of watching them.
That was just a given. It was automatic. Everyone seemed to know who, and we weren't asking people who they were voting for. We're just asking them about the experience. Some of the people went really out of their way to make sure they cast their ballot despite travel plans, family
Pretty sure
plans.
BBC News said that there was going to be.
I think we're ready to just move on, get this over with. All right, Lisa, thank you so much. Meanwhile, Mayor Adams just cast his ballot in the 2024 election. He voted a short time ago at PS 81 in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. The mayor got in and out of the polling site pretty quickly, but did stop, obviously, to pose for a few photos.
Both Harris and Trump are looking for their path to 270, the number of electoral votes needed to win the presidency. And most experts agree the outcome will be decided in 7 battleground states.
That's right. We still have team coverage from.
I think if he gets Pennsylvania, I think he's going to get Nevada.
You're at the Trump campaign watch party.
I don't think he'll get Michigan.
There right now.
Hey, Natasha and Bianca. Well, people are feeling excited and people are really waiting for things to really get started here. There's just a small group of supporters that have already entered the convention center. But the former president, it's probably going to be hours before he makes his way over here. He's going to be watching the returns come in tonight from his home.
It's real to watch me watch news.
Small group of family and friends.
I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
The former president is feeling optimistic that voters will put him back in the White House. But it will all come down to voter turnout today.
The country that I'm living in is not the country I was born into. The only one who's putting America first is Donald Trump.
I voted for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. It's time for a change, moving forward in a better and uplifting.
You know, I don't get those. They say that it's time for change, but she's been in power for 4 years. So
a winner will not be declared before the night is over. Something Trump calls an outrage.
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should.
Get the best games at the best prices.
What's your home state?
When asked earlier today if he'd accept the results of the election if he lost, the former president said if it's, quote, a fair election, he'll be the first to acknowledge it. Bianca, Natasha, back to you.
All right, Rebecca, thank you for that update. Well, we now head to Connor Hansen, who is with the Harris campaign in Washington, D.C. Connor, what are you hearing from the Democrats tonight?
Is Trump leading?
Well, the warm-ups are just getting started here in Washington, D.C. as students from Howard University start to filter into the crowd. There's a lot of excitement here. A record 80 million people.
Is Harris having a P. Diddy party tonight in D.C. if she wins? Is Beyonce and Cardi and all them lot going to be there? J-Lo all shaking their asses.
Showed up today.
We the people have the
The one thing I hate is her suits that make her look really broad. I hate them. I know they like to think it makes them look powerful. That's the whole point of it. But I hate it.
Any campaign events today, instead opting to do radio interviews, hoping to win over any more undecided voters.
We are tied. Every vote matters, and so I am working hard.
Yeah, but Fabu, the problem with the 2020 election, they have actually come out and said there was active cheating going on, and the judges and stuff have come out and said that it was fucked. This is the problem.
President in 32 years to be promoted to the Oval Office.
I will
Power pads. That's it.
President of the United States
They killed the squirrel. Peanut. I think New York's gonna go red because of Peanut. Peanut the squirrel.
the groceries, the cost of housing.
As part of that effort, her running mate, Minnesota Governor,
I don't think he was a good choice.
a final pitch to voters in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
This will be won by 1 or 2 votes per precinct in places like Pennsylvania. This is a time when
I mean, he went out shooting and he couldn't even load a shotgun.
Get out and vote.
I feel like she should have picked anybody else.
And those first states are just starting to close their polls. Vice President Harris plans to watch the results come in right here at her alma mater, Howard University. She says this is sort of a full... This is actually where she first ran for office.
Oh yeah, the raccoon got killed too. Jesus. He didn't actually urge any of his followers to the Capitol. He actually told them not to. The bigger question was that they didn't send in the military, wasn't it? I think that was the big question. They should have sent in the National Guard to stop it early. There's a lot of mixed signals of that, though. I don't think we know the truth about that. The Hippo entirely predicts Trump.
Up next, constitutional
Yeah.
James Sample joins us to explain how exactly it works.
And a handful of U.S. House seats in New York could flip. One of the most contentious matchups is in District 17 between Mike Lawler and Mondaire Jones. We're going to take a close look at that race. Plus, Nick is here with a forecast. Hey, Nick.
Hi there. Weather stays mild this evening, and get out and cast that vote. We're in the 70s today.
Okay, Fox News is not very good, is it? Right, let's see what CNN have.
Back to California and started her practice, and then eventually became an attorney general.
I think the Senate's going to go Republican massively too.
This is a place that holds very special meaning for her. In fact, she had come here a few months ago, just around the time that she had just finished accepting the nomination of the Democratic Party, and at that time there was great enthusiasm amongst the students of Howard University, not just for the fact that one of their alumni is going to potentially become the next president of the United States, but also the fact that she would be making history if she did become the president, that she would be the first woman president, the first African-American woman president, and also the first Indian-American president of the United States.
I think it won't go on for too long if
Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz, both of whom will be
I
here
think
with their families, whether it's going to be a victory.
if it's a landslide on either side, I don't think it'll go into recounts. But if we're talking literally,
we are hoping to know
Oh.
that one way or the other, some form of the results will be declared by later tonight itself. 2020 was an aberration because 2020 had a lot of mail-in ballots, over 100 million mail-in ballots. In fact, in some states like Pennsylvania, you could mail in even after election day was over. So that's why it took so long in 2020 for the counting to happen. If you were to go back to 2016 or 2012, by about
nobody would have said this is the other thing, isn't it?
you have a fair idea. Most networks would have called the election by 10, 11 p.m. as to who has won the election, but ultimately to get it certified, to tally every single vote, that might take much longer. But the projections of who is winning these battleground states, because ultimately whoever wins a bulk of these battleground states goes on to win the presidency, that I suspect...
I do think there needs to be maybe some sort of reform in how the Americans do this. I think every state having different rules, different ways to do things. I think they all should just be doing the same. Whatever they pick, they can put a vote out or whatever they need to do. But I think when it comes to voting for your president, it all has to be the same in every state.
Remember, she will become, if she wins, the first ever African-American woman, Indian-American president of the United States. So history beckons.
So she's an Indian African.
Later on tonight.
Well, hang on. What did he just call her?
As the cookie crumbles or as the results go.
Go back. Go back. I need to know what the hell she was then, because it won't let me go back.
All right, so it is going down to the wire between
An African, Indian, American, Jamaican, something did you call it, right?
Trump. Who will America choose? It has huge down-the-line consequences, not just for this country.
Things started to get worse after Obama. This is true too.
To be stopped. There is, of course, the trade issue. Donald Trump is threatening an across-the-board 10% tariff, and then there is great power competition with China.
Yeah, I know that USA split into different states, which is like different countries to us in Europe kind of thing, but I still think every state should vote the same way.
State Senator for the District of Columbia. Thank you very much. We're joining you from the District of Columbia. We're here
because clearly it's not working
right outside
very well.
White House, just off the South Lawns. Mr. Strauss, it's
I'm going to Google, do we have an exit poll yet?
How are you feeling about the chances of your candidate?
Well, I'm cautiously optimistic. We're excited for the chance to elect our first women president, our first president of Indian descent. It would be an historic milestone for our country, and we're very excited.
What do you think is working for...
First exit polls have been released in major U.S. news. Whoa.
In fact, ironically, you're in the District of Columbia, my jurisdiction, but right now I'm still in Pennsylvania, where I and most Democrats from Washington, D.C. have been going to campaign because the votes in Pennsylvania are more important to the outcome of this election than the votes in
I'm not saying.
The United States.
I can't find anything that's telling me the exit polls.
She has had a united Democratic Party that is behind her 100%, and we are working very hard, traveling around the country to make sure that we can win in the important swing states or battleground states, because even
the money you just moved to Mexico, really?
Popular vote by a large margin. Donald Trump has never won the popular vote. That's not what decides the election.
Let's put them back under the British rule. I'm pretty sure that will not go down very well.
And we're working hard to put her over the top.
What are you seeing on the ground?
So how do they already have these Senate votes? You know, it says the US Senate. Now, this is the one thing, I know it's like the English where it breaks down the parliament and the individual areas. How do we already have votes for the Senate, but nothing for anything else?
Well, there's a level of enthusiasm, the number of women in particular who are coming out and voting.
I did just Google that, but I didn't get anything.
Larger, the number of young people coming out and voting, the things that generally bode well for Democratic constituencies, we begin to be hearing, but it all comes.
So you're a filmmaker and you're looking for...
God, everyone loves these damn friggin' adverts.
Comes down to today, and so we've gotten a lot of our vote out early. We've gotten a lot of Democrats to vote by mail, but if we can keep that momentum up throughout the day, and get out the vote in our urban centers where the Democrats...
It said that the first exit poll was coming at 11 p.m. GMT, though.
It's going to be a close election, so I think it's going to be
what
close.
have we got here?
We may not know the result tonight. It may take a few days for a lot of these results to come in, but Democrats are working to the last minute, to the last voter, until the last poll closes to get every...
You know what's amazing? I am talking about the elections, and all they keep telling me is giving me information about Harris. I just want the exit bloody polls.
Necessarily, but whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to have a lot of easier time. It's 19 electoral votes, the largest number of electoral votes of the swing states. It is generally a good bellwether prediction, and so historically, if you have won Pennsylvania, you are the one that goes on to be the eventual winner. Donald Trump won it in 2016.
I'm not a huge fan of tofu now myself.
Joe Biden won it in 2020. He became the president. So whoever wins is going to be.
Does the European Union all vote the same? The principle's the same, yeah. The way everyone has to have ID, it's all paper ballots. Oh, my light's just gone out. It's all paper ballots.
You might need Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona.
Counted on the night. I don't know. Me being American, this affects my life. I've lived under Sleepy Joes.
It's why Democrats are here.
Yeah, but it's not Joe, though, is it? That's the other thing, isn't it? It's going to be someone different no matter what.
For the vice president, statewide Democrats have been, and Democrats from other states come to Pennsylvania to get the vote.
It is close, though.
All right, and Senator, one final question. So one of the challenges, I guess, for Vice President Harris is to be able to distance herself from the record of the last 4 years, particularly when it comes to economy and inflation, because Donald Trump is trying to tie her to the Biden presidency, saying she's also as much responsible for the economy and inflation. How do you speak to that?
I text import tofu.
There are a lot of issues that are on the minds of the voter, and economic issues are important. But the Democratic Party, generally speaks.
Yeah, some results generally start tripping out now, don't they? Normally it's pretty early.
Policies tend to favor the super wealthy, and so I don't think she needs to distance herself that much. I think the concerns about President Biden were.
I think her biggest problem is she hasn't said much about her policies. She says she's going to do stuff, but she hasn't said how she's going to do it, and that worries me as a voter. If it was my country, economy is important. Look at it. I mean, Ireland, the cost of living here has gone mental. Electricity is extortion. Food is extortion. It'd be something that I'd be focusing on my elections when we're due one now very soon.
Fairfax County polling place. We know Fairfax County usually leaning blue, but there were many who said that they were planning to vote for Trump or they had voted for Trump. However, when it came to sharing their views on camera, they didn't want to. One woman saying that she worked in the army. Her
tofu's only nice if it has lots of soy sauce, chilies, and coriander with it.
On television saying that she was voting otherwise. Another woman saying she just didn't want her neighbors and friends to know that she had decided to vote Trump. So the Trump voters here at this site, a bit camera shy, but they are here, Wolf.
Fairfax County, Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C. Renee Marsh.
Well, Fabu, this is the problem. You know what annoys me about Starmer?
I want to go back to the magic wall. Phil Mattingly is with us.
The worst thing about Keir Starmer is he said a few things that for a normal voter you would agree with. He said, first things first, heating allowance and stuff wouldn't be touched. Pensions wouldn't be touched. National insurance wouldn't go up. Taxes wouldn't go up. And he went back on every single policy that he said that he wouldn't do. He has gone back on. And that new budget that came out for England last week, it's a disaster because basically what he has done is basically opened up everything to be able to be taxed in line with inflation. It's going to screw the country.
Closes at 8 p.m. At 8 p.m., there are parts of the state that are on the central time zone. They go a little bit longer, up to 9 p.m. The vast majority of the state at 8 p.m. Then Wisconsin at 9 p.m.
The fake president game was better than the circus.
Arizona and Nevada at 10 p.m. In terms of what we're going
Oh yeah, everyone in the world is.
Not currently filled in as we're waiting for polls to
Cost of living is a problem everywhere.
And I want to start where we saw Renee. It is the largest county in the state of Virginia. We're not expecting Virginia to be a potential win for Donald Trump. This is something that Joe Biden won handily, and while Glenn Youngkin won...
Okay, I feel like they just got something on a loop repeat now. Right, let's see what the Hindustan Times has to offer. Oh, hang on. I don't know if this is going to be in English.
Polarized nation. Another factor is the enthusiasm gap. Voters tend to be more enthusiastic and show up at the polls in unexpected numbers. Pollsters also face challenges in balancing response rates, as Trump supporters may still be less likely to participate in surveys due to distrust in the media and polling institutions.
After the last couple of elections, and especially the 2020 election, a lot of people have a lot of questions about the role of polling and
yeah, I can't watch this. We'll go back to Fox News for a minute. Now we got the weather. I don't even know what these numbers mean. They mean nothing to me.
In towards Columbus, and that's why we're talking that warmer air coming our way as we head into tomorrow. Close to view, can't really see any clouds nearby yet, but I think we will be seeing.
We still got our 150 winter payment. I got mine sent to my electricity company last week. We got 100. We got 100 euros. That's all we got.
In the middle part of the country, but that's not going to be coming our way.
Polls are worse than 2020. Are they bad? I haven't seen any polls yet.
Forecast as we head into that time period or so. All right, close to view shows again just generally clear. Futurecast will show though some clouds will come in overnight. Clouds will give into some sun at times tomorrow. Gusty breeze again. Look for a record high temperature for tomorrow. 61 in the city for tonight. 50.
All right, we're gonna leave him quiet, and I'm gonna move him onto another screen. No, it's not gonna let me do that. I don't understand Fahrenheit at all. Probably gonna get fired. Back to the real world. Good morning, Mr. President. I'm here to talk about your wife. Oh, God. How's my morning any good if you're here to talk about my wife? What did she do this time? You're not our marriage counselor. What the hell is your problem? Okay, let's find out what she did. Okay, there's rumors about an article. About her not being the first lady some people hoped for. They're so disappointed by her all of a sudden. What about me? What are my feelings? Me being disappointed by her and her actions? What exactly did they hope for? It's hard to say since the article's not out yet. Okay, well that doesn't help. Full of shit. That's it. Damn this fake news. Damn the media. 80 Fahrenheit is 26 points. Oh god, I'll never remember that. It's pretty warm in America then by looks of things. Trump's leading by 50,000 votes. See, why can't 0 just be 0 for everybody? I don't get why. It's like kilometers and miles. Why do we all have to do different bloody things? Why can't we just do the same things? Make my life easier, I tell you. We should do it. Sarah's not ready to swim. I think Trump has had a better campaign than Harris. I wouldn't say who's better than who, but I think he's had a stronger campaign. I think he's, you know, the podcasting stuff that he's done. She's been very sheltered. She's not talked about the teleprompter much. Like I said, there's not been much for policies and stuff from her. I think that's a big problem for me. Beer, guns, and strange measurements. And tofu. President's wife's unhappy in the White House. Bollocks. That wasn't meant to happen. Alright, we've got some action points. Shall we spend them? Maybe we'll put some into education. Ooh. Scholarships. What would this give me? Yes. We're going to extend our scholarship funding. That'd be a good one. Law enforcement. Well, we'll go with that one. How many more points have I got? 3. So we could... Social media division. Okay, that sounds like something that's going on in the world. I've got to spend my last point. There you go, that'll do. I prefer favor over favor, or color over color. Wolf, God. If I put everyone in a curfew, I'm definitely not going to be present. The election is coming! Well, ladies and gents, it's almost that time. Tomorrow was a witness a genuinely breathtaking and nerve-wracking spectacle. Okay, I'm going in for my own election, apparently. Hello, sir. They're about to announce the election results. Are you nervous? No, I'm excited. Personally, I can't wait. I couldn't focus on anything else this week. Same goes to most Americans, probably. Sure. I've set an alarm on my phone, not to miss a thing. Okay, let's go, go, go. They kept the conversation open. It's mostly trolls and memes, so childish. Okay, that's fine. Okay, who am I? Is this me? I'm green. Oh, I won Alabama. Boom. Where's the next button? Oh, next state. Alaska, gone green. Arizona, green. Am I going to get a green sweep? I thought what you mean. That's a bin. God. It's like pants. Pants is a weird one for me. They're trousers. Want to take the turn right on red rule from the US. That's it. Right. Hey, I've just taken Arkansas. California. They were never going to go green, let's be honest. That state is a lost state. It's a lost cause. Colorado went green. Ooh, Connecticut went green. DC, of course, went blue. Can't even see Delaware went green. Florida gone green. Have I won this yet? Georgia's gone green. Hawaii. I think they've always been a blue state, right? Idaho's gone green. Illinois did not go green. That's not good. Indiana went green. Iowa. Kansas. Kentucky. Louisiana. Maine. Maryland. Yeah, there's kind of all the blue states there. Michigan, gone green. I've already got the swing states here. Minnesota, gone green. Mississippi, green. Missouri, green. Montana, yes. Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico. Nah, not New York. That's a shame. North Carolina, North Dakota, Idaho, Oklahoma, Oregon. Pennsylvania has gone green. I've already won. Rhode Island, green. South Carolina, green. South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, no. There must be all Bernie fans there still. Virginia, green. Washington, ooh. West Virginia, Wisconsin, Wyoming.
Worried? Me? You know what my wife said when I told her I was going to run for office? But honey, is that really something you see yourself doing for the next 4 years? And I just laughed. Being a president is not something you do. It's someone you are. So no, I was not worried. After all, presidency is for life, quite literally in some places. Maybe we'll have to give that a shot someday. But I am getting ahead of myself. It's not like I have a God complex. It's just that there's still so much work to be done. And I remain your president.
I remain the president of the people. I'm just seeing here, BBC sent first polls are closing. Indiana and Kentucky. No, I'm not seeing anything here now. There's still no early polls out. Just trying to see in case there's anything else. Go type if you're drunk. Type in Google. I have typed it in. Trump has 2 states. Let's go back to the news. Paused it.
Individual states begin the tallying up process.
To 270 electoral votes. Fox News' Morgan McKay joins us with a breakdown of how this could all unfold. Morgan, we know there's multiple paths.
Fox News know what they're doing, don't they?
Watching closely and likely.
Yeah, Bianca, Natasha, according to the polls, this will be likely one of the closest races in American history, and it will likely come down to 7 battleground states. So right now, 5 out of the 7 battleground states show about a 1% lead for either candidate, but all within that margin of error. In North Carolina, Nevada, and Georgia, former President Donald Trump leads by about 1%.
Oh, those margins are so tight.
And Wisconsin, Vice President Kamala Harris leads by about 1%. 1%, but again, all within that margin of error. Now, if you turn to Pennsylvania, Trump is leading, but it still says about by 1% here, but it's actually a little less than 1% because of the margin of error. The New York Times has labeled this race as about even with this polling, but this is a state both candidates really want. It has 19 electoral votes. President Joe Biden won the state in 2020, but Trump won in 2016. And then in Arizona, Trump has a heftier lead comparatively, but still within that margin of error. Arizona has 11 electoral votes. Trump won in 2016, but Biden won in 2020. Now, here locally, there are 6 House races that both Democrats and Republicans are really making a push for. Here are 3 of them, I think, here. Oh, not quite, but we will get there in a minute. But, you know, 3 of the competitive races include New York's 3rd Congressional District, New York's 18th Congressional District, and the 19th Congressional District. But here locally, New York's 1st Congressional District, this one, a lot of people are going to be keeping their eyes on. Congressman Nick LaLota, the incumbent Republican, he's being challenged by Democrat John Avlon. Now, this district does include the Hamptons, but it leans more red. The reason it has become more competitive this year is because of how much money was raised by Avlon. Now, next, New York's 4th Congressional District. This is Congressman Anthony D'Esposito. He's Republican, he's the incumbent, and he's being challenged by Democrats Laura Gillen. This seat is actually typically held by Democrats until D'Esposito was able to flip it red in 2022. This race is really tight, and polling has flipped back and forth between these 2 candidates. And lastly, New York's 17th Congressional District, Republican Congressman Mike Lawler. He is currently representing the district, and he's being challenged by Democrats Mondaire Jones. We just saw our reporter Richard highlight the candidates. There's also this third-party candidate, Anthony Frascone, with the Working Families Party, but he's done no campaigning, and the WFP is actually campaigning against him. Now, this was a district Biden was able
Don't think
to
Anthony's
win
winning
in 2020 easily, but this race is competitive because Lawler has really been a moderate throughout his time in Congress, and polls have had this race split pretty evenly, but in the last few weeks, Lawler has been polling just slightly ahead. Bianca, Natasha?
All right, Morgan, thank you so much for breaking that down for us. Well, let's take a look at some of the top stories at 6. Rudy Giuliani ordered to appear in court this Thursday.
I don't want news.
Election workers who won a defamation case.
I don't care about the news. I want to know what's going on.
Design the perfect voice for your brand.
A Democratic Party that is behind her 100%, and we are working very hard, traveling around the country to make sure that we can win in the important swing states or battleground.
It's weird how
states,
Fox News looks so more modern.
To win the popular vote by a large margin. Donald Trump has never won the popular vote. That's not what decides the election. So you have to win in these certain states to get the 270 electoral votes, and we're working hard to put her over the top.
What are you seeing on the ground which the polls you believe are not picking up? Because the polls have put it virtually in a dead heat, not just nationally, but particularly so in the battleground states. Why do you believe that that's not the case? Why do you think that there's something happening on the ground which the polls are not picking up?
Well, there's a level of enthusiasm. The number of women in particular who are coming out and voting is larger. The number of young people.
Still nothing too interesting. Who's this? You know who that looks like? That looks like the lady from you know, I'm not even going to say it. Some of you might know who I'm thinking. Did you want to talk? Oh, this is my wife. Not happy? It made me look like a spoiled diva. I never felt so useless and pathetic. Well, it's full of haters. That's how God created it. Probably being hell of a hater himself. But we will move on after that, and I'm here for you. Sorry there, honey. I don't know anyone make you feel that way. We're going to show the world who you really are. Let's do it. Who am I, really? This is hopeless. You're the wife, best first lady in the universe. You're the mother of 2 very smart, beautiful, talented daughters. Maybe we should focus on you. Perhaps we should destroy the whole life of that lousy journalist. Right, we'll go this way. GB Newsbird. Okay, I didn't have anything else. We're going to convince the public. I mean, I just destroyed everybody in this race, right? If we go one more on here, we can get somebody else. Student loan relief. No. We'll go something like that, maybe. But, you know, we probably should be looking at the world map a little bit more as well. We've got 6 to spend. Let's get this up to 10. Digitalized public institutions. Plus 10. Oh, stadium and entertainment venues. Yes, everybody needs football stadiums. I agree with that. I got 2 points. 2 points. There you go. That'll do for that. Apparently I've got an available token somewhere. 0.001. So green industries would give us plus 10. Yeah, we'll go with that. So everybody's on the plus here. I can't mess this up. Trespassing rights. This could be interesting. When threatened, private citizens are required to refer to proper authorities. Persons who deliberately forego the use of suitable channels will instead follow their first instinct to take the law into their own hands. Considered on the same level as common criminals. Right, so if I read that right... No, we want them to use their guns, because that's what we gave them the choice to do, right? I think this is the same one, though. It was the same one. They sent it twice. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, Jesus. I've clicked on a billion things here. Okay, Office of Management and Budget. European Union is working on a subsidiary budget for next year, and they are very interested in our extended scholarship program. So much I'd like to cooperate. They pay me, I'll let them. They've offered a financial incentive to countries to participate to cover part of the cost of the exchange. But speaking, this would make the extended scholarship program cheaper to manage and return. Ooh, okay, that's good news. There is a catch. If we decide to cooperate with this, they still need to put it into debate once they discuss the budget, and I think that unless we maintain a good diplomatic relationship with the EU, yeah, I think we'll be okay. We can play nicey nice with European Union. You know, we have to really. Oh wow, I've got nothing going on the map. Somebody else has now come back. Right, what's going on? I want to discuss what's called again. They are the Law Project. Do you know which one I mean to modernize? Okay. Where did that go? Several forms requesting additional items to receive since it was within extreme potential of selling to the public. Perfectly honest with you, Mr. President, I'm not an expert. It's a tough one for me to validate and rationalize. Okay, I'm always happy to help. Boot knife, Rambo. What? Okay, am I giving everyone knives or what? Item, voice modulator, rationale, easier crowd control for female officers. Yeah, sure, let's do that. Right foam, breaking up fights. That's reasonable. Incinerator bullets, fight fire with fighter. We won't do that. Knee pads. Okay, we'll give them knee pads. Make police cars faster, red paint. Ah, all for the boys. Yes. We must paint them red. Jesus, society are not that happy with me. Why have all my stats dropped so massively since we became president again? Oh, now we got hostages taken. Okay, that's just great. We've got crisis. I've got points to spend though, so let's spend some points. Immigration point system, give me some military. Plus 10 max to tax cuts for working abroad. -8. Can't really afford that. -10. And if it's under 200, you get +10 on the military. Okay, immigration points. Okay, we'll go with that. 2 points. Where can I spend 2 points? Espionage. Okay, cabinet military briefings. I think that's fine. I think we should probably start spending some money on the war. During the war... Oh, it's Christmas time. We won, my friend. You're right, now we can relax. Nothing can frighten us anymore. A few pleasant years await. Only impeachment can stop us. What am I going to get impeached for? You look like you're in a bad mood. Is everything okay? I only have 1 term left and so many things to do. Okay. People vote for you not for what you promised them, but for what you managed to accomplish. This is an impressive achievement. We want to make history. You're by far the most eccentric president in history. You will be definitely remembered. I'll take that. Screw them. I want to come such a president that people will want me for a third term. No. Jokes aside, we'll do something great. I'm going to build that wall. Something just fell down here. Okay, got some projects. Different things going on here. I don't really have a lot of other choice of what I'm saying here, so... I run 20 projects until the end of my 2nd term. I will sign 15 trade agreements, creating an economic superpower. These people do not stop coming in this door. Why Sarah has proven herself today? Just look at the latest article. There we go. Thank you, Sarah. She's done well. Bless her. Yeah, I gotta go to a press conference and talk about it now. Did you really say with the next year's president? Yes. I'd vote for her. What's your idea to bring more media focus into the First Lady? Yeah, she's the smart one. So maybe we should just talk to the First Lady and ask her her plans. Yes. Hopefully I'm... Every man should praise his wife. But I got a boo. Why did I get a boo? Okay, so... People were quite happy with that press conference. I think we did well. Hey, I'm too scared to watch the election, so I'm here. God. Well, we are watching the election. We're just taking a break while we're waiting for a poll to come in. Good morning, Mr. President. Do you like sports? Yes. I do love sports. I was just curious whether your decision to continue to fund stadiums and entertainment venues was due to personal interest or not. I think it was. And it made people very happy. People love sports. Go Chiefs. Okay, the CIA wanted me to spy on people. Of course, the CIA wanted me to spy on people. Jesus, this is relentless. Right, let's go back to the news. Let's see. Do we have anything in yet? Anyone got anything going on? Oh, I feel like we might be getting somewhere now.
At all. She was stressing instead on how this is about all women, how this is about reproductive rights. She also made it about men, because men do care about reproductive
She's got up in bed, have you dogs? Maybe. I think you'd be okay by the morning. I don't think there's too much to worry about. Which way are you hoping it goes? To be fair, we're not doing very well with NBC News. No, it's not live. Let's go back to Fox News and see if they got anything good for us.
Ladies, we just want one thing.
I'd vote for her for president.
Body wash for our guys, of course. With scents like pine tar.
Oh look, Fox News has put this lovely calming image on for us. To relax. De-stress. Let's not worry about what's happening in America. The whole world is not watching. How could they go on a break in a time like this? Oh yeah, fair play. I think you're going to be in for a tough night tonight, though.
First to the big battleground states, Georgia, that will close polls. Whether or not any of the networks will call Georgia, we'll have to wait and see. But keep an eye out. If Harris manages to retain Georgia, just like Biden managed to flip Georgia, then this is going to be
I know.
nice for the Democrats. But if Trump
I wonder if that
takes
soap smells
Georgia
any good.
back into the Republican corner, then we'll have to wait.
Anyone tried it?
Because Harris and her team will have to wait for Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin to be pocketed in their corner for them to claim the presidency.
Oh yes, and interestingly, you spoke of 2016 and the verdict in 2016, Zaka. In 2016, just as in 2000,
Got the vodka ready.
that the winning candidate marched
Just
towards the
remember,
White House despite
we'll still be here
losing the
tomorrow.
popular
Nothing
vote.
will
So,
really change
like
that
I said,
drastically.
It can go either way. But thank you for that detailed perspective. I want to go across to Akanksha Swaroop joining us from New York as well. The mood on the ground has been quite enthusiastic, Akanksha, and a crowded New York City in your frame is what we see. Tell us a little
Being
bit
a
about
Democrat's
what you
fine, but I do think she's not been the best candidate. I think Biden would have done a better job.
What is it that Harris supporters are holding against Trump when they vote against Donald Trump?
All right, Kritsween, first of all, let me tell all our viewers there in India that I am at Times Square, and you can see there's a motley colored bunch of New Yorkers over here, and you see them gathered along with several press reporters. Let me inform you that many of them are
Indiana,
from various parts
12%
of
done.
the world, and they're all here to cover the U.S. election. And I think when you see people from all over the globe coming and covering the U.S. election, that only goes on to emphasize.
If you're creating content that stands out, you are not looking for just
I don't know how any of you guys watch me on YouTube, but I can't friggin' handle adverts.
Nothing's going to change as far as New York is concerned. There are 5 boroughs in New York City, in this state, that go to polls. And out of these 5 boroughs, there's only Staten Island, which is known to be Republican. But overall, if you see, this has been a dominant
You got your vote ticket. Look, and I said at the beginning of the stream, it doesn't matter what you believe in, how you believe it. You know, as long as you go out and vote, you've done. You're entitled to your opinions, and that's the main thing, right?
Republican president, and that was Ronald Reagan, and ever since you've only had Democratic presidents over here. So even earlier during the
I'm surprised though with Peanut being killed.
One of the congressmen,
New York might be in trouble today.
In fact, went on to say that nothing's going to change, and that normalcy must prevail, and that status quo must remain, and which means that Kamala Harris will stay. But you do have a Madison Square Garden rally that took place earlier, which has been making headlines over here with both the Democrats and whoever chooses to be.
I know what the Senate is, but what is it? The House of Representatives, is it?
Undecided about who to vote for.
Is that what the U.S. House is?
Not, some of them even sound quite fed up, to put it as bluntly, with the two-party system, and they are attributing this to the state of the economy. Of course, the Democrats have, in their defense, said that they've very successfully and skillfully managed to control the economy, which was almost dying after the pandemic. There was a term that was coined, Bidenomics, which was about keeping
Peanut can change anything.
Control.
That poor squirrel, man.
Republicans who are questioning what has Kamala Harris done, what is her credential as a vice president. I think we're forgetting that it was only under this Biden administration and under Kamala Harris that they began an office to address the issue, the rampant issue of gun violence. And gun violence is something that has not really been addressed by Donald Trump's administration in the past administration, but that's something we've seen happen during the Biden administration. We've talked enough about Kamala Harris promising to protect the right over, for women over their bodies, to preserve reproductive freedom. Because I've been talking to several New Yorkers, and they're saying that the United States, which is supposed to be this beacon
I
of
thought
hope and
Peanuts,
democracy for an entire world,
I thought Peanut associated himself as a human, so surely he had human rights now.
Say decisions like Roe versus Wade being overturned.
I don't think much will change, to be honest. Doesn't matter who bloody gets in or out. They all do the same crap, let's be honest.
We've been talking about how this is a very basic right, and so to even talk about it in terms of gender perspective is sad, but that is the unvarnished truth over here in United States, that women have to stand up for themselves for basic rights, which is access to abortion, and that is going to be a defining one, not to forget how economy
The one thing I don't get, they talk about this abortion stuff, but the Republican Party's stance isn't that they're against abortion, it's late-term abortion, isn't it? This is why I hate media. Media just screws every word to whatever they want it to be.
By 7 p.m. So as long as they are in line, they will be allowed to cast their vote. And then once the
next poll's closed in 7 minutes.
Memory cards from the scanners will go in one vehicle. Speaking
Peanut's an inside job.
Gwinnett County, to the voters' elections office, and then the ballots will be sent in a separate vehicle. So you'll have hundreds of cars, 2 from each of the 156 precincts, in a caravan off to the office, and then they can begin to be tabulated.
Caravan, a parade of sorts, and what's so important is how transparent it is. The Secretary of State.
Babu, do you not know who Peanut is? Type in Peanut the Squirrel.
By every 15-minute period.
He was murdered in New York this week.
Just want everyone to see the transparency there.
For no reason. He was a pet. He was a social media star.
Georgia. Let's go to Pennsylvania.
And he was murdered.
Polls getting ready to close there in just over an hour. Brian Todd is at a polling.
You should see this guy. He was so cute.
Part of the state. Brian, what are you seeing there?
He's all over TikTok and stuff.
Aaron, heavy voter turnout here in Washington County, just south of Pittsburgh, and you mentioned the polls closing in about a little over an hour. We're expecting a little bit of a late surge here at these precincts.
Doesn't look like there's anybody there.
I have Craig Zemba here. He's a voter here in Washington County, just voted. Craig, the operative question we asked so many people: who did you vote for and why?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why?
And really comes down to just inflation, cost of living, and how things have gone in the last 4 years.
The process, do you trust the voting process? Did it go smoothly for you? You know, there are flare-ups, that a lot of, hype and misinformation is out there. Do you trust the voting process here?
I do. I've lived here for a while, and everything's always been very smooth.
Okay. Thanks for talking to us, Craig. Good luck. Thank you very much. Okay, guys, back to you as we expect maybe a late surge here in Washington County. 1 hour left till poll closings.
We'll see if there's a surge, and again, another voter there.
Oh, for sure, that Peanut thing would have swayed some independents, for sure.
Other Trump voters. Brian, thank you. And let's go over to Pamela Brown at the voting desk now. So, Pamela, first round of statewide poll closings coming. Georgia's going to be in that list here in just a few moments. What are you looking for?
Right. This is huge. Polls are closing there in just minutes, most of the polls. And then an hour after that, we're going to get those first results from this key battleground state. Georgia's Secretary of State is telling us that turnout could exceed 5 million. That's more than 70% of all active
you should see the squirrel, though. He was a TikTok star. They trained him to be like a dog. Like, he was fully trained. He wore hats and stuff and ate waffles and God knows what.
Georgia election official Gabriel Sterling, who I've just been speaking with, that tonight's first results account
Hey, Stormo, good evening.
Counts for 75% of the overall votes. And the Secretary of State there says that he's optimistic we'll know who clinched Georgia by the end of tonight. Now, one note on Fulton County, Georgia's most populated county and home to Atlanta. We saw several non-credible bomb threats earlier today. We just heard a little bit about that from Victor Black.
Why the hell are there bomb
Five
threats?
locations were granted a voting extension as much as 45 minutes past 7 p.m. Eastern. Once polls close, the county will have up to an hour to report early vote results, though the expectation is that most precincts will report by just about an hour from now, 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll be keeping a close eye on this key battleground state that Biden nearly flipped in 2020 as results start to roll in, Aaron.
That's right. It looked one way, then it looked the other way. It was so close.
11,779.
But who was counting?
Donald Trump was when he called Brad Raffensperger.
All right, Pam, thank you very much. And I hear John King right next to me.
Yeah,
So
Pam's right.
You
Donald
chuckled?
Trump was
That's
counting. I was chuckling because Georgia, a little PTSD
Yeah.
over Georgia and all that. But as you see the big clock there, as Pam just said, votes will be coming in soon. 3 minutes, 30 seconds. We got some big polls closings. We'll get to those in a second. I want to look quickly at one thing we have already. The polls have not completely closed. They finish in Indiana. I just want to show you. And again, we're looking at the early results just to see if there are any clues, right? We don't want to overplay things. We also don't want to ignore things that we see, right? So you come right up here. You see one dot of blue in the middle of the Indiana map, right? That's Hamilton County. It's just north of Indianapolis. This, if you went back 20, 30 years ago, you'd see a lot of farms in this county. Now it's much more suburban, especially as you get closer to Indianapolis. Why do I raise that question? It's blue, right? 58% of the vote could flip. Look how close it is. It's 50 to 49. So it could well end up red, as it did in 2020 and 2016. But it's just, is this a signal that Kamala Harris, in the first election, post-Dobbs, in an issue where we know Donald Trump struggled in the suburbs in the 2018 midterms, struggled mightily in the suburbs in losing in 2020, is this a sign? I point it out this way. Harris at the moment at 50, Joe Biden was at 46 in this.
Oh, for God's sake. We're getting into some interesting stuff here. I won't be going for too late because I've got a lot of things to do tomorrow.
Was at 30.
But we'll see the first few polls come in
2016. So the suburbs are critical in key races. Indiana is most likely to stay red. Let's be very clear about that. But as you come back to 2024, again, as you look at these early results that we're getting in some states, you try to see, is it possible we could look at some other places, look in some of the battleground states and the close-in suburbs. So something to keep an eye on as we go. A quick look at Kentucky. This one's about to close. Some more results have come in. Let's just see if it's any mass to it. Again, Kentucky is a reliably red state. We expect it to stay that way. But you will look, Scott Jennings was talking about this earlier, Fayette County is Lexington in the suburbs. The vice president was a big early lead there. Frankfort is Franklin County. It's Frankfort in the suburbs. You see it there. So let's just compare. So 54%, if you round that up, 2024 at about 42%, 48% for Joe Biden. So right now, in Indiana and in Kentucky, you see the vice president at the moment overperforming Joe Biden in some suburban areas. Now, they're in red states, so we don't know whether that's going to matter as we get into these states. But we are about to get some clues. I want to move the map a little bit. We're about to get results in Virginia. Virginia has been blue for a while, but it was
Virginia is going to be very important here.
So here's the question in Virginia tonight, which is going to report results to us very quickly. Do we get a 10-point race, as we had in 2020? Do you get Democrats winning by 10? That tells you the vice president is holding the Biden map in a state that will go blue. Or do you get a 5-point race, as we had in 2016? That would tell you that Donald Trump not only is running up the score in these red rural areas, but that he's improved his standing in the suburbs a little bit. You know, you see in here, it's Northern Virginia and down around the Richmond area there. So we'll get some key clues. And then also coming up moments ago, of course, one of the biggest battlegrounds of all, as Pam Brown was just noting, 11,779 votes. That was the margin when Joe Biden flipped Georgia. The last time it had gone Democrat, Bill Clinton eked it out in 1992, thanks to Ross Perot in part there. But it's been a long time since Georgia. So as Adi noted, is it a state in transition or is it a tug-of-war state? Jake, that's what we're going to find out. Again, 11,000 votes 4 years ago. The results in battleground Georgia to come in just about any second now. And again, you look at Atlanta, you look at the suburbs, and you see all that red is Donald Trump's base coming out to vote.
All right, and we are just moments away from the first big round of poll closings. Voting's about
Close your eyes, everyone.
6 states, 6 with a total of 60 electoral votes at stake. Keep an eye on the pivotal battleground of Georgia, as most voting is ending there right now. And CNN can bring you a projection now. CNN projects that Kentucky goes to Donald Trump. Donald Trump will win the Commonwealth of Kentucky with its 8 electoral votes. And CNN can also project that Vermont will go to Kamala Harris.
No surprise.
With its 3 electoral votes. Kamala Harris wins the state of Vermont. It is too early to project in Georgia, Indiana, South Carolina, and Virginia. Let's take a look at the electoral map now to see where the candidates stand. 270 electoral votes are needed to win.
Hey, Iceman, good evening.
Has 8. Kamala Harris has 3 electoral votes. Let's bring you a key race alert now. Indiana. Donald Trump in the lead there with 60.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 38%.
Indiana's always right, though.
Of the vote. Donald Trump has an 86,829 vote lead. That's with an estimated 13% of the vote in. Let's go to John King now at the Magic Wall. John?
And so, Jake, now we wait, right? You have the states that we've projected, Kentucky and Vermont. Those are the ones you
Why is
expect.
Florida blue?
So what are you going to get here? You see some first votes in Florida. Look at that. Let's just take it out. Okay,
Cool.
the South here It's in Osceola County, just south of Orlando. We like to look at votes when they come in, right? Florida tends to be a reliably red state. Again, though, it'll be a test of whether Harris can improve their standing in the suburbs, or put it this way, whether Trump can improve his standings in the suburbs, whether Trump's collapse in the suburbs continues. First votes in Florida, always interesting to take a look. But what we're waiting for is the battleground just north of Florida, which will be essential in this race. Again, Vice President's easiest path is those blue wall states, but Georgia, as a competitive state, what are we looking for? Right? Number one, we're looking for the Democratic Foundation, which is Fulton County. Sarah Murray noted, Victor Blackwell is in the suburbs here. Some polling places will stay open, but we should get votes pretty quickly. And
well, they've only got vote in for one county, so.
Here, you see how it stretches, a lot of suburbs around it, right? We're at 0 right now. What are you looking for? You're trying to see if she can not only match the president's percentage, get 73% of the vote, but by the end of the night, sometimes this count could last into tomorrow, is the math margin, right? Because if you look here and you come out here, there are 159 counties in Georgia. A lot of them are like this. I'm just picking one randomly. They're small, they're rural, but Trump runs it up. So we're going to watch that. Is the Trump base in rural America coming out in battleground Georgia? It is absolutely essential to his math that he run it up big in places like that. But if that is the case, and that's what we expect to be the case, the Trump base comes out, then the key will be
hey, Carson, good evening.
Come out in Fulton County, Atlanta, and then what happens here? Clayton County, just below, predominantly African-American, strong Democratic suburb. You need to run up the number, but it's not just the percentage.
Hey, Rich.
What's the raw math?
I'm so tired of social media being nothing but Democrat spam every day. Yeah, I mean,
so that's one test.
It's a problem with media now, isn't it?
But you get out to you get further out.
I never know what to bloody believe anymore, unless I see it for myself.
Right, look at that. Joe Biden got 58% of the vote, Jake, right? You don't have to go back too far in history.
I think this is going to be a lot closer than we expect.
Mitt Romney won this county. 4 years before that, John McCain won this county. This is the change in the American suburbs, right? Georgia was a red state then. But look at Romney's number. The Republican share in 2012 in this suburban area is 54%, right? That's what we're looking at tonight. How does Donald Trump fare in the suburbs, right? It goes down to 45% under Trump in 2016. He still won Georgia then at 45%, but then you come to 2020 and Trump's share drops to 40%. You cannot win in a competitive state if you are getting trounced like that in the suburbs. So can Trump get that number back up to 42, 43, 44? If he can, he's in play. If he can't, then this is the tug of war of the state. As long as Harris gets out her base, there's a flip side responsibility for her. But this
it's a little bit different with them only having two. Basically, there's like a right and a left, and there's nothing in the middle. But yeah, they're Democrats like the Labor.
It does come down to turnout.
Tory kind of.
Can you take me to Florida?
Democratic.
We've got to come back to 2024. You want to see results? Okay,
I think we have 1 million votes in from Florida about.
Oh, here we go. Florida's gone red.
What do we have?
194,000.
194,000.
Yeah, you are. You're over a million.
Over a million votes. So this is obviously a state that we do expect ultimately is inclined to go red. Although the polls are still open there, we should know. Is there anything we can divine from where the vote has come in? Because it's more than 1 million votes have come in, and Donald Trump with a 224,000 plus lead right now.
The number one thing I would divine is we have another example, this time in a very large and very complicated state, that people have learned the lessons, built on the lessons of 2020, and that they're counting early votes and getting early votes out fast. And so that's a good thing for democracy, right?
So are these all early
red
votes?
state or blue state? I assume they are. David Challing can correct me if I'm not. Some of it could be a modest number of election day votes. But normally when you see a big batch of votes come in like that, it's early votes. So correct me if I'm wrong. So what can you glean from this? So you just want to look at big population centers. Duval County, this is one of the swing counties. Although Florida used to be a very competitive state. You would say, who's winning Duval County? Right. If you want to say who's winning the governor's race or who's winning,
I mean, that's pretty tight.
You
What's
go
that?
to Duval County.
3,000 votes?
It's a competitive state anymore, but it is a competitive county, as you see right there, 50 to 49. So you go back in time and you look, it was 51-48, right? So you could argue, we need to get the final results. You could argue, if you want, Donald Trump's a little bit more competitive this time. If that result holds, we'll see how that plays out, right? This is his home state now, but we'll see. But it's early to look at that. But that's one of the things you look at. The other thing you'll look at is, we don't really have it yet, is here. The I-4 corridor, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Orlando, over to the beach, and you see it. And then, the Democrats, again, I have no expectation the Democrats are going to win Florida. But again, you will see, are Democrats turning out, right? Are Democrats turning out? There's some, there's been a lot.
More and more people are moving to rural Ireland. It's brimming with ideas and energy. The only thing holding us back is
a lot of reporting about, does Harris lose a little tiny bit of the Jewish vote? because of the Israel, unhappiness over Israel-Gaza and how she has talked about that in the White House. You'll see a little bit of that down here. It's more important when you get to suburban Philadelphia and out in the Detroit area as well, around Metro. So you might get some clues out of Florida. My expectation is that Florida will stay that color, but we'll keep an eye on it. Sometimes you get surprised.
Right, and one of the other things that's interesting about trying to divine a national view of based on Florida, which is that, as I recall, Governor DeSantis, who's a very conservative Republican governor, I think he won Miami-Dade when he ran for re-election. Is that not right?
We can go. I think we can look.
Do you have the governor's? I'm sorry. I shouldn't be. I shouldn't be.
We'll go ads.
There we go.
Yeah.
So that's the Rubio race. We got to come to governor. Yes, he won. He won Broward.
He won. No, Chris won Broward.
Chris won Broward. Sorry, DeSantis won Miami-Dade.
DeSantis won Miami-Dade.
Yes.
And it was suggested that he also maybe did better than traditionally Republicans had done with the
Hey,
Hispanic
Rich,
vote, which is
I was kind of playing. I had it ready to go just in case, but the other president game was a lot of reading.
That Harris might have in the
Absolutely, although I would say in Florida you have the most
So I'm just going Indiana.
Hispanic vote than any state in America. It's just much more diverse than in other places, which what makes it more complicated and fascinating, but it has become, you're absolutely right, that it has.
You know what I hate is the top bar that keeps flashing back to 0 then 8 again like this.
Obama won 2/3 of the Hispanic vote.
Just leave 8 and 3. That's all we need to know.
Battlegrounds. But here, this is why one of the reasons Florida has become reliably red is because of the Republican success there. I would also argue it's because of weak Democratic candidates, but we'll save that conversation for another day because this is what we're worried about tonight.
Indeed, indeed. David Chalian has more exit polling from north of Florida, in Georgia, the battleground that we're watching right now. David, how is the vote splitting among key groups of Georgia voters?
Yeah, now that the polls have closed, Jake, we can look at some of those key demographics. So let's take a look at the African-American vote in Georgia. It's making up 30% of the electorate, according to these early exit polls. Harris obviously winning it big, 86% to 12%. But I want to note here, that 86% number, 4 years ago, Joe Biden had 88.
Trump won it in 2016. It has been a solidly Republican state, except in 2020. So if early on in the night, Kamala Harris manages to flip Georgia, that is a sign that she then has multiple paths to 270. If she doesn't, then she has to depend on the blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. The second milestone to look out for is 7:30 Eastern, which is 6 a.m.
She is doing
What
better
the hell are they
with
doing?
young voters in Georgia than Joe Biden was doing against Trump 4 years ago. Trump got 43% of the youth vote in Georgia 4 years ago. He's down to 39% now, so that'll be something to watch. And then non-college white voters. This is obviously Trump's base. 32%, roughly a third of the Georgia electorate, are white, non-college educated voters. Trump's winning 81% of them. That is a bit better than he was doing 4 years ago, though 4 years ago, it was 35% of the electorate. So as a share of the overall electorate, it's come down. Harris is winning 18% of them, a tick under where Biden was 4 years ago. This will be the story of these exit polls in Georgia. Independent voters. They make up 31% of the electorate. That is a slightly larger share than what they made up 4 years ago. Trump is winning them by 11 points in these early exit poll results, 54% to 30%. Jake, 4 years ago, Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia. Jake.
Wow. David Chalian and Dana, that is really significant. We see some incremental changes here and there when it comes to
I don't think it's that easy yet.
Slightly better. Non-college whites, he's doing slightly better, but that independent swing is wild.
It's a huge swing, and I just want to underscore what David said. It is a bigger percentage of the vote share. Last time around, it was 28% independents. I made up 28% of the Georgia vote, and now it is 30%. And, I was right, 31%. And it is a total flip. It's a complete flip. Donald Trump is doing so much better about
Refresh this. Let's see if we can get CNN. Who did you say it was with you were watching? NBC. See if Fox News has anything news.
Finances easily. For in-person sales, I use Revolut Reader. Taking payments is
Yeah, they're still on break, so they're good. NBC. Let's see what NBC has then. Well, they do have him 19-3. Hey, Sean, good evening. Okay, so Republican got one in the Senate. Is this all they've got? So many of them aren't talking very much, are they?
He's 1,604 votes in the lead. That's just a few votes there out of Indiana and Kentucky. Over to John King now. John, what are you watching for as these first actual votes come in from Indiana and Kentucky?
For the most part, Jake, it's just great to get started, right? We've been talking about this race for over a year now. Now we get to actually count.
All right, I want to quickly go across to Zaka Jacob joining us from Washington, D.C. once again. Zaka, keeping up with the CNN coverage, you know, they have given 19 electoral...
How does CNN have so many of the same thing?
Absolutely. 7 p.m., it was 15 minutes ago, all of these states closed. Kentucky, Indiana have been reliably red states. They are hardcore Republican states. So those states have gone to Donald Trump. No surprises there at all. Georgia, I suspect, will take some time. I think the one big clue that we need to look out for are these two states which have now, which are closing early. Georgia is closed at 7. North Carolina will close in another 15 minutes. If Kamala Harris is running up numbers better than what Joe Biden did. Remember, Joe Biden won Georgia by a mere 12,000 or so votes last time around. That counting went on for 4 days. If she's able to run up similar numbers like Joe Biden in Georgia and like Joe Biden did in North Carolina, even though he lost North Carolina to Donald Trump.
Yeah, I'll probably do the next poll, 15 minutes, and then I'm going to call it a night because I've got to get up in the morning as well. And then we'll see what carnage happens in the morning.
And runs up better numbers than he ran last time and defeats the Democratic candidate this time around, wins Georgia and retains North Carolina at better numbers than last time, then it's going to be a good night for Donald Trump. It's going to be a tough one for Kamala Harris because then she pretty much has to depend on that very narrow path to victory, which is winning Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
TV News.
That is 44 electoral college votes. It is the so-called blue wall states. I suspect Pennsylvania is the biggest one, and therefore it's the big.
Forsyth counties, those are just north of the Atlanta metro. So there are 9 solidly blue counties that we talk about when it comes to the Atlanta metro. There are a few that could be competitive, and those are going to be some of the things that we're going to be watching as the election progresses. Riley, one of my questions for you here as we continue on with the evening is how significantly could issues impact turnout in these races? I'm talking issues like abortion, issues like the border.
Oh, abortion is huge. The Harris campaign has poured a lot of resources into campaigning on abortion. We saw in 2022 and in 2020.
Yeah. Face the Nation. We got Times Square, The Independent. Oh, 9 Australia. Should we see what the BBC News has got reporting? Good old BBC.
Why they fired him 4 years ago in the first place. I think with those two trends, it starts to look good for Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania and in a number of battleground states.
Mike, I mean, you're the guru on Latino voters in America, and you wrote the great book on it, The Latino Century. And your thesis is that younger Hispanic voters are not the same as their grandparents or great-grandparents who came here in the 1960s. They speak English at home, and they tended to vote perhaps more like other Americans. Are you suggesting then that the rally in Madison Square Garden and what they may have heard about Puerto Ricans, even if it didn't come from Donald Trump himself, but came from somebody at that event, that may have changed that dynamic amongst Hispanic voters?
Great question. I'm glad you clearly did read the book. So
I appreciate it.
A
plug for your big book. Fan.
I actually want to say it's happening because it was not Donald Trump's voice. And that may sound counterintuitive, but a lot of these Latino voters are saying,
This music just reminds me of when you watch Santa Claus on Sky going around the world on Christmas Day. What's something decent on? What about Sky News?
Worried about the direction, the trajectory of the country. And if Harris is able to retain those black voters to try and match Joe Biden's success with them in 2020, as well as getting some of those more wavering suburban voters that are more diverse and more affluent, then she could well keep this state blue. And that is hugely significant because it was Republican for nearly 30 years. And I think it would be a sign of changing demographics here. You've seen a lot of change, a population explosion really, away from the sort of urban center of Atlanta towards the suburbs, more college-educated people as well that Kamala Harris has been trying.
Blip by Bright HR makes time tracking easy for your business. Clock in and out on desktop or mobile.
Not much going on there. Face the Nation.
But then last night, the message in particular, I was struck by even all the things that Donald Trump said, by having a crowd in Michigan shouting the B word to describe the highest ranking woman in American politics, Nancy Pelosi, when at the same time his own campaign acknowledges he needs women voters.
We are going to see, it looks at the moment like from the preliminary exit polls that there is a little bit more voters who made up their mind in the last week, but not a great deal. And of course, they have to participate in the 7 important battleground states. And it might get hard, Nora, I know this is going to be disappointing, but it might be hard to slice the bologna thin enough to know what kinds of voters are voting late in those individual states, though we might have a national picture that might give us some indication if there's late breaking.
The bologna is the exit poll data?
The bologna is the exit poll data. Thank you for helping me through that. Can I sneak in with that women and men question you were
American
asking?
words are so funny.
The national share of the vote by gender.
You've never seen Hocus Pocus. What a movie.
For which I did not have an answer, but I do now. In 2024, 47% of the electorate is men. 53% of the electorate is women. Now, that is 1 point more in terms of women as the share of the vote. You see that there in the lower left-hand corner pocket is 52% of the vote in 2020. So there is 1 percentage point more. Again, I'm being specific here, these numbers may change during the night. So it looks, though, like a little bit fewer men, a little bit more women.
I don't think you're going to get a winner to probably 7 or 8 in the morning, I'd say.
We don't have numbers yet.
So yeah, because those polls close in 10 minutes. So stand by. So
yes.
we are going to have some interesting data on that.
Inside the states, we will be able to say how the men and women are breaking down by candidate, which we can't do yet nationally.
Really interesting. John Dickerson, thank you for squeezing that in. CBS Morning's co-host, Gail King, is here as well. We covered a lot
Bernie
of
Sanders about to lose his seat.
And I know you were just in
Is that
Pennsylvania.
what was just
It was
there?
a great piece this morning where you talked to a lot of voters. What was the sense you got?
I was just in Pennsylvania, you're right. And listen, they know how crucial their vote is. They know they're a battleground state. They know that they're
Economy is the most biggest issue. Yeah, I think it is.
Taking it very, very seriously. I want to follow up on what Cecilia said about Donald Trump sowing the seeds of if he doesn't win, that it's rigged. We met very loud and proud Trump supporters who said unequivocally, if he doesn't win, we know this is rigged and that we will be out in the streets. That was number one. Number two, I was struck by undecided because I said, when I met them, are you really undecided or are you just not declared? No, we're really undecided. And I met some people that said, I'm not going to make up my mind until I get into the booth today. Pennsylvania had early voting of 25%. So 75% of Pennsylvania voters were planning to vote today. But I was struck by one guy, Eric, who said, I don't like the Republican candidate, but I like the Republican policies.
Yeah.
I like the Democratic candidate, but I don't like the Democratic policies. So that may also explain why there's such a difference there. And then the woman that really got to me was Peaches.
Yeah, we were playing it.
Mid-40s,
We
black
stopped.
woman who said, I'm not voting for either one of them. They haven't deserved my vote. And I said, how can you feel this way mid-40s in this country? But she said, I want her to win. How can she win if you're not going to go and vote?
Yeah.
That kind of thing always throws me, Nora.
And that certainly exists, although the numbers suggest today we may have a record night for all in terms of polling. And I know we're going to be speaking with David Becker about that shortly because it looks like huge numbers turning out, not only that early vote that Margaret talked about, but today as well. And David, why don't I throw that to you? What are you hearing about in terms of the numbers today? I know you heard a lot about Georgia, too.
Right. I've been talking to election officials all over the country, and particularly in the states of Georgia and Michigan. I think it's very clear they're going to hit a record turnout. Georgia had just a shade over 5 million votes in 2020. It's going to be probably 5.1, maybe even getting close to 5.2 million in 2024. And remember, about 80% of that vote is already in there through early votes. Nationwide, about 85 million early votes. So we could be approaching that nearly 160 million turnout number that we had in 2020 this year in 2024.
Thank
you. You predict the Trump victory and protesting right in the college campuses tomorrow, do you reckon? I don't know. I think if he wins by a landslide, I think people just have to accept it.
2024, America decides.
Right, we'll find out how these 3 states are going and then I'm going to bed. We have 5 more minutes. But not of adverts, that's for sure.
Dublin Tech Summit is definitely Europe's most exciting summit.
It is the entire tech community in Ireland getting together for 2
Georgia after the last one. Georgia and Arizona were 2 of the big surprises. How did it happen? It happened here, the Atlanta suburbs, the changing, especially the farther out suburbs. High African American turnout in the cities, and then you move out into the suburbs. And again, you just look at this here. Let me take this off and look. It's just what happened, right? So I like to go to the farther out suburbs. The close-in suburbs in the last few elections have become solidly Democratic. So you move more out. Cobb. When I started doing this, this was ruby red. Right? Joe Biden got 56% of the vote. But look at Donald Trump's number, 42% in Cobb County. Let's go back to 2016. 47% in Cobb County. That's the difference. The margins within the battlegrounds, and the suburbs are those battlegrounds. So come over here to Gwinnett County. Again, when I started doing this, this was a ruby red county. Right? Let's focus on Trump, not Clinton. He gets 45% in 2016.
This guy talk about this crap.
He drops down to 40%.
Republicans, they thought Rick Scott would keep this.
Facility here, which I think is due in large part because if you recall, those of you who were with us in
While
close at 8 o'clock, so you have until then to vote in person.
All right, the same goes for Connecticut, where polls also close at 8. And we're following a lot of local races that could have big implications for the balance of power in Congress,
Including the race for Congressional District 4 on Long Island that covers central and southern Nassau County. Republican incumbent Anthony D'Esposito is squaring off against Democrat and former Hempstead Town Supervisor Laura Gillen.
All right, for more in this race, we're going to go live to Fox 5's Jody Goldberg, who is in Garden City tonight. Hey, Jody.
Stephen Bianca, this is a district that's bounced from blue to red for decades, and Gillen is hoping to take the victory tonight. We're here at the Democratic Watch Party in Nassau County. This is a district that voter turnout is coming in at record numbers. It's also expected to be a very close race. Laura Gillen and Congressman Anthony D'Esposito both cast their ballots this morning ahead of their final push to convince voters they're the right choice to represent New York's 4th District. It's an area that encompasses much of southwest Nassau County. Gillen, an attorney, mother of 4, and former Town of Hempstead supervisor, is vying for the seat that she lost by only about 10,000 votes 2 years ago. A victory would give the Democrats an extra seat in Washington as Republicans cling to a razor-thin majority. D'Esposito, a former NYPD officer and Hempstead Town Council member,
He looks like he's had a few donuts, that guy, doesn't he? Oh, he's lost weight.
Including immigration and homeland security. Gillen's prioritizing reproductive rights and health care. D'Esposito still insists there were no ethics violated, despite allegations that he put his fiance's daughter on his payroll, as well as a woman with whom he was having an affair. In an interview, he said his personal life is personal. Both candidates stressed their moderate stances, promoting themselves as strong supporters of Israel and opponents of congestion pricing. And just to give you an idea of how important this race is, some of the key players who have showed up along the campaign trail, we have Trump, who supported.
They're not getting much information from anyone.
Did you know that the vast majority of self-published books don't sell more than a few copies? It's because their authors
No, it's the wrong thing.
This was Donald Trump's closest win.
Or even Hillary Clinton did 8 years ago. But the critical factor for Kamala Harris is to ensure that she retains the 3 blue wall, or the Great Lakes states of
Yeah, we're going to see this last poll come in, and then
44
I'm going to call it a
college
night.
votes. Therein, we will know whether she's won the night and whether she's won the U.S. presidency for 4 years. Here at the Howard University, this is her alma mater. This is where she graduated from. She has talked about this in previous interviews, about how she got the black college experience passing out from here. She did her law from the Howard University, and then of course went back to California and started her practice, and then eventually became an attorney general in the state of California. So this is a place that holds very special meaning for her. In fact, she had come here a few months ago, just around the time that she had just finished accepting the nomination of the Democratic Party, and at that time there was great enthusiasm amongst the students of Howard University, not just for the fact that one of their alumni is going to potentially become the next president of the United States, but also the fact that she would be making history if she did become the president, that she would be the first woman president, the first African-American woman president, and also the first Indian-American president of the United States. So we're hoping to hear from Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz, both of whom will be here with their families. Whether it's going to be a victory speech or a concession speech, we don't know. The important thing is we're hoping to know that one way or the other, some form of the results will be declared by later tonight itself. 2020 was an aberration because 2020 had a lot of mail-in ballots, over 100 million mail-in ballots. In fact, in some states like Pennsylvania, you could mail in even after election day was over. So that's why it took so long in 2020 for the counting to happen. If you were to go back to 2016 or 2012, by about 10, 11 p.m. Eastern, you have a fair idea. Most networks would have called the election by 10, 11 p.m. As to who has won the election. But ultimately, to get it certified, to tally every single vote, that might take much longer. But the projections of who is winning these battleground states, because ultimately whoever wins a bulk of these battleground states goes on to win the presidency, that I suspect, if we go back, if we discount the aberration of 2020 and go back to how it was in 2016 or in 2012, then by about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock Eastern time, you would get a fair idea of who has.
So now we are going to proceed with the election night tabulation, and we'll post final results tonight on our website when completed. You should be able to see the advanced voting and the absentee by mail results before 8 today. And again, we thank everyone who made this election possible.
All right, now our police chief of Fulton County, Georgia, Chief Yates.
Good evening. As I told you yesterday, we had 177 voting locations that we put. Hold it up. Is that better? Yes, a lot better.
Up in this state. I'm at a watch party, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Republican Women's Watch Party, and the polls have just closed, as you say, here in this state. The voter engagement here in North Carolina has been record-breaking. Some 57% of all eligible voters in this state have already cast their ballots in early voting. We've seen continued voter engagement throughout the course of the day. Of course, the looming question coming into this, Sumi, and you and I have been discussing, is what would the impact be of Hurricane Helene, that devastating hurricane that we saw in September, in which 100 people sadly died, and also saw voting infrastructure wash away as well. But it seems people very keen here to come out and vote. I was speaking to one Republican representative earlier in the week, and she said people in North Carolina are hardy. They will crawl through mud, she said, crawl over trees to cast their ballot. But this is a toss-up. The question of the night, can Kamala Harris flip this state blue? The last time that the Democrats managed to do that was 2008, Barack Obama. But things last time in 2020 was certainly very tight. Donald Trump taking this state by just 1.3% of the vote. But I want to speak to some people now engaged in politics, voters. I'm joined now by Christina Melisaris-Elia.
Things that generally bode well for Democratic constituencies, we begin to be hearing, but it all comes down to today. And so we've gotten a lot of our vote out early. We've gotten a lot of Democrats to vote by mail. But if we can keep that momentum up throughout the day and get out the vote in our urban center,
say that is the block that they care the most about. They call them the ghost electorate because nobody knows how they're going to go. We are talking about voters particularly who were born in this country for the most part, that perhaps their allegiances to Democratic politics are not what their parents were. And so you may start to see Donald Trump chip into some of that block that traditionally has been for Democrats leaning towards him. We are seeing that in the national numbers. We will certainly be following it in North Carolina. But again, 24% in North Carolina, 38% of Latino voters since 2016 have never voted before. So we know nothing about them and how they will vote today.
It's so interesting. Thank you, Cecilia. I want to turn to Robert Costa because we are getting word that Donald Trump is not done campaigning. In fact, he is calling into radio stations, trying to get people to stay in line. He called into WHT in Philadelphia, where he said, if we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole deal. Everyone has to stay in line. Who are they reaching out to at this late hour?
Nora, the campaigns are digesting this data just like us. And inside the Trump campaign tonight in Florida, they're trying to run up the score among men at this late hour. You have Stephen Miller, one of Trump's confidants, longtime policy advisors, tweeting in recent minutes, going on X, the social media platform, all the men of America need to fulfill their duty, get to the voting booth, and end what he calls the invasion of undocumented migrants at the border. You have it from Charlie Kirk, the high-profile conservative activist. Get in line now. He's very popular among young men nationwide who are conservative. He says, stay in line. And so you have Trump imploring his base, especially men, get out and vote, because they want to make sure that if female voters nationwide, especially in the suburbs of Philadelphia, are turning up, maybe even surging towards the Democrats, they need Republican men to show up. And they're saying, show up after work.
But do you think they would be doing that if they weren't worried? Does that show that they're worried?
Both campaigns are on edge. I wouldn't say anybody's feeling confident now because everyone's seeing the high turnout, but no one's quite sure inside the Harris campaign or inside the Trump campaign what exactly it means.
Wow, really interesting. You know, the other big story that we are following tonight is control of Congress.
Oh, yeah, just saying, I'm so tired I didn't realize my microphone was turned off. Yeah, look, I've been busy today. I think this is going the way we expect it to go at the moment. I don't think it's going to get interesting till about 5 o'clock in the morning. Then I think it'll be interesting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you all here. This has been my longest stream I've done in a long time. But thank you for everyone that's been hanging around and stayed hanging around. Much appreciated. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see tomorrow. No, there's no stream tomorrow, but we stream on Thursdays. So on Thursday, I'm sure we've had a day to digest whatever disaster's going to happen, if it's going to happen. Maybe we'll have a little talk about it on Thursday.
Far more seats than Republicans tonight, including in 3 states that were Trump states in 2020: West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana. CBS News projects.
But yeah, look, any of you on Discord, you know, you're more than welcome to come join Discord and chat about it in the morning and stuff. We can have a little chat. Hit Praver, we're going to bed. It's been interesting. Yeah, look, like I said, it'll get more interesting as the night goes on. About 5 o'clock in the morning, I think it'll be interesting. I think the Senate will go red as well.
In 2020, nearly a dozen of the seats won that are being defended by Republicans tonight were won by Joe Biden. That includes roughly a half dozen competitive seats in New York and a half dozen competitive seats in California.
But yeah, look, guys, I will see you all on Thursday. Good night.
Through or washes through those states. If we come back in after we see the